Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live on this jam-packed day. It is Unemployment Friday. It is Capital Preservation Friday. It is Uncensored Friday. It is Ferragamo Friday.
It's Ferragamo Friday.
We've got a lot going on today. Glad to be here with everyone. I'm not normally here on Fridays. My boy Jim Cagnina is out. He's in Italy. He's probably sipping on a wine, listening right now. Jimmy, if you're there, we miss you, buddy. Joining us live in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
And macro strategist, Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning, guys.
So I got to go to you first this morning, Craig, because of this news. What happened here?
Well, right as we're coming on, it says the BLS has reported that it's experiencing technical difficulties with its website. News from the non-farm payrolls is supposed to come out at 8:30. It's 8:02, so we'll see if the website gets up and running here in the next 28 minutes to give us the all-important news that we've all been expecting today. So it's kind of shocking.
I mean, really. I mean, you see the markets have given some back right away this morning. Shai, what other headlines and things that we got to discuss?
So we had good news for automakers. Trump signed an order last night sealing the Japan tariff deal with a 15% rate. If you remember, that deal was talked about in theory, but there was nothing actually done about it on physical paper. So that is concluded. So it's 15%. That is much higher still than the 2.5% that it was before, but obviously much better than the 27.5% initially put on that. So, good news for automakers. Then we have Tesla offers $1 trillion pay package to Musk, largest in history. It's obviously dependent on growing the company, and the goal is they want Tesla to market value to be $8.5 trillion from around $1 trillion today. That's twice the amount of NVIDIA right now over the next 10 years, and he gets $1 trillion pay package from that if he makes that happen, which is just quite amazing. Then we have Broadcom to help OpenAI create an AI chip to take on NVIDIA. We have Broadcom up 10% today on that news. And then we have Trump today is renaming the Department of Defense the Department of War. It was last called this in 1789 to 1947. It was actually called the Department of War and changed to the Department of Defense in 47.
Kind of a lot to take in, but the minute you say $1 trillion or
$1 trillion.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I don't know what to even say about it, and they're expecting to. Here's the thing I will say, I would not be surprised if they did get to an $8 trillion company. I'm serious. The way the world has gone, did you ever think, how much is NVIDIA now?
4.4.
4.4 trillion. And what Musk is doing with robotics and things like that, I mean, there's so many things that could happen. Let's face it, I mean, $1 trillion company, we went from wow, we had $1 trillion company. Who was the first one? It was Microsoft, right?
Yep.
Or was it Apple?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
But either one of those two. And then we went to 4 trillion like that. So to say we can't go to 8 is kind of like,
Well, he's got 10 years to do it.
Oh, that's it? Come on. Oh, I thought you meant by next year. Oh, it's 10 years. Oh, forget it. That's easy. So, again, this morning, let's do a quick preview of the markets as I normally do. You got S&P up 9, Nassie's up $1.17, Russell's up $1.50. Dow was down this morning. That divergence remains. Energy's down. You got natural gas, heating oil, crude, all down. 0.75% in heating oil and crude. Natural gas is only down 1/10 of 1%, down 3 ticks really. Gold's flat. Going to be watching gold today.
For sure.
We've got copper today is up 40 ticks, up almost 1%. Silver's down 10 ticks, still remains very bid though. Copper, even on a down day, it's not down much. Platinum is recovered again from yesterday was a rotation out. It's up around $9. You got ZB up 12 ticks. That's going to be something to watch this morning again. Two things I'm going to be watching this morning with unemployment. Of course, we're going to be previewing it, everybody. And then we've got PACs coming in here. We got XY, we got Stowe. Going to be a jam-packed morning, like we said. But ZB and gold, I'm going to be watching those two markets just because Obviously, I want to see the initial reaction in bonds, and then also I want to see if gold continues its powerful trend as it has been, or does unemployment derail a little bit? Equities, of course, we'll be watching, but those are the two markets I'll keep an eye on most certainly. 10-year the yield this morning comes in at 4.14%. And like I said, across the curve, everything is up, so it's looking like rates are down. Let's go into expectations, Craig, this morning. What are we looking at?
Yeah, I mean, we've had, as we've been talking all week, a ton of data this week leading up to the NFP. Right now, market's looking for about 75,000 private payrolls. So we started the week with JOLT survey coming in a little bit lower than expected. That was the data for July. Yesterday, we had the ADP data, came in a little bit softer than expected, down to 50,000, showing a clear deceleration in hiring momentum. We had initial jobless claims yesterday, ticking 6-week highs. So again, some more deterioration in the labor market evident there. And then both of the employment components of the ISM manufacturing and services indexes this week were in the sub 50 category. So again, all signs are leading towards a slowing labor market. We know from last month, after the data came in with massive negative revisions, Trump, removing the BLS head, that the data is coming under some question. This technical difficulty out this morning on the website is not going to add any more confidence to that. Trump actually was asked last night at his dinner with the tech CEOs what his thoughts about today's number was going to be, and he made the comment, we'll see what happens, but I expect, major payroll gains a year from now. So, he has the number. He had the number last night. I mean, he's not going to, disclose what he knew, but my sense is if he thought it was going to be a great number, he would have reminded everyone how great things were going to be. But, he reminded people that things are going to be great a year from now. So I think there's incentive now to kitchen sink the labor market strength that maybe people thought we had, certainly at the tail end of the Biden administration and at the early part of Trump's term, because he can go back and blame any of this weakness on this is the prior administration's dealings. We're transitioning the economy towards private sector growth. It's going to take some time. So I don't know. My sense is this isn't going to look very pretty today. I don't know. Spidey senses are elevated.
There could be one. The estimates range literally from no jobs to 144,000. So
that's the range?
That's the range, yes. So huge range from the analysts. But there is one thing I want to mention, because I haven't really seen people talk about this, is we could have an upside surprise in local government hiring because on July 1st, the Department of Education was supposed to send out checks to across the country, and those were frozen by the Trump administration, and it was a huge legal battle back and forth, but ultimately those funds were released on July 25th, so we could see hiring for teachers in August, so that could be an upside surprise, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Talk to us about that range, though, Shai. 0 to 144.
Yep.
Where's majority of consensus at? I mean, in macro land.
It's all over the board. I mean,
Really
this
is.
one's all over the board. There's not the survey consensus obviously is 75,000, but if you look at this list, it's all over the board.
I mean, Bloomberg does a ranking of best analysts, right? That with their accuracy, the top analyst, his estimate for this is 70,000. So that's basically, right in line, 75,000 is the medium. The second ranked analyst is looking for 112,000, and the third ranked analyst is looking for 0. Right? It just kind of shows you, even the people who are kind of deemed as the experts here or the best in class for forecasting are kind of all over the map here. Unfortunately, we have a credibility issue with the data, right? I mean, after last month and after what Trump's been doing, so it's going to be tough to read. I think the question is, the preponderance of evidence this week on the labor market is suggesting slowdown. We know that. This will be the next kind of data point in that line, and then we fast forward to next week on the 9th. We get the annual revisions for these payroll numbers. which I think at this point are going to show, and are expected to show a very big deceleration of really from what we thought happened to what actually happened. Hundreds of thousands of payrolls. I think we're looking for at least 600,000 payroll decline from what was originally reported. So that's going to be another piece of evidence that shows the pace of slowdown. But then we quickly will transition later in the week to the inflation prints. And so that will give us a better understanding of the speed with which the Fed can really start to commence this rate cutting cycle. How quickly can they do it? Are they going to go again in October after they go in September or not based on the strength of the economy? I think that's what people really need to start focusing on as we move into next week.
Yeah, I mean, we get revisions that are far worse, like we project, and then all of a sudden you have a CPI that maybe doesn't come in too hot. That actually adds to the fact that the Fed might cut more than 25 basis points. What were you going to say, Shai?
Yeah, no, I think I was just going to say we have a 97.6% chance of a rate cut in September, 52.1% in October, and 47.6% in December. So it'll be interesting to see how those numbers change if they do after the numbers are released.
So let's talk about what this means, right? I mean, we've got short-term day traders in here. Swing traders like myself got a little Russell position on right now. Stops far enough. Yeah, maybe, hopefully. But nonetheless, I'm looking at the market today and coming in, unemployment. You think it's going to be worse? I think the tea leaves kind of tell us it's going to be there. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's going too far on a limb here. What do you expect on market reactions? Let's give worst case scenarios. Let's kind of give a range.
So I think the market wants Goldilocks, right? Which is a slow slowing economy, not too declines are not too rapid. One that allows the Fed to cut rates, continue to provide liquidity to an economy that really doesn't need it, but doesn't mind it, right? And so that's kind of in the, something around headline, some 75 to 100. I think the market would be happy with that because that would prevent the bond market, the long end, from really doing too much, right? We've seen a little bit of spike in bond volatility this week as people are hedging or trading around, this print. If we see some of the heat come off the boil there on volatility in the bond market, I think traders should feel very comfortable that the trend isn't in place, things are good. New highs S&P, new highs NASDAQ, into next week and into this, the next, important data point, which is CPI. I think if we get a very negative number,
like what?
A negative number, basically a negative number, 25,000 or lower. I think, and some more negative revisions from last month. I think the narrative about whether or not the economy is only slowly slowing will come into question. In that environment, while the bond market may rally, and the front end yields will continue to move down, equities are. I still contend equities are not going to like that because I think that if it's really bad, then we have to start to think about the earnings expectations and the slowdown. What does that mean for fourth quarter and into 2026? So I don't know I don't think equities are going to love that setup. And if it's a blowout number to the upside, 100 plus, the issue with that is you could start to price out some of the rate cuts for later this year and for early next year. Then you have a situation where yields are moving higher. The long end yields move higher again, and as we saw to start the month, we start to see long end yields creep higher again. That might be a different issue for the market. So I think the market wants Goldilocks. Volatility stays contained. People can go back to doing what they've been doing. If we get tails on either direction, we could be in a more precarious situation.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on that, Shai?
I think that if we get a blowout number, agree, yields will move higher. But I think that would be the initial market reaction. But somehow the market will justify that that's okay and we're still getting rate cuts and everything will quickly turn around after that knee-jerk reaction. So I think the market wants to find a reason for rate cuts, period, end of story, and they will create a narrative for that, whether it's, even if it is a blowout number.
Yeah, no, I can't disagree with that at all. I mean, the market is always looking for that right now. Let's talk about energy a little bit, Shai. I know we got unemployment as the main thing today, but crude oil, again, another failed rally. We had some headlines. Walk us through kind of what we're seeing here in energy.
So, I think crude oil in particular is on pause, waiting for this meeting on Sunday with OPEC plus group of 8 to find out, because we had all these headlines that they were going to add, they're not going to add. My feeling is on this. been very vocal about that this week. But so I think right now it's pretty much hurry up and wait for this meeting and what happens on Sunday.
Yeah. What are we missing this morning, Craig? We've got a little bit of time. We've still got 15 minutes. What are some other things you want to discuss leading into unemployment?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think what we've also, and we talked about this during the week, there's been a volatility suppression environment that's taken place over the summer, aided by the administration, kind of continuing to tamp down volatility, no concern, the tariff agenda has kind of quieted down. Trump has made a ton of deals. He clearly was, scared about the volatility that was created in and around the middle of April and has made a more concerted effort to make sure markets remain calm. And then the Fed has also largely suppressed volatility with the Jackson Hole speech that Powell gave a couple of weeks ago where he, suggested rates cuts are coming. He didn't have to do that. It was still, timely ahead of the data, but he decided, we're basically going to push the odds to, I think Tracy said 98% ahead of the payroll print. But as we transition into September, we're starting to see this in the gold market, starting to pick up a little bit of volatility. The bond market's starting to pick up a little bit of volatility seasonally. Yep. September and October become a little bit more volatile. We're moving into this heavy data period here for the next couple of weeks, into the Fed meeting in 2 weeks and options expiry. So, I think that's what we need. I think what we need to see fundamental actors. What are they going to do with this data that's been coming out? Systematic players are largely all in. CTAs are about 100% long. Volatility control funds are back to 85, 90%, full exposure. So share buybacks are in now, but are going to start to fade as the month progresses. It's time to understand what's the retail community, what's the institutional fundamental community going to do. This data will really go a long way towards determining whether or not we're in an economy that's cutting, a Fed that's cutting into an economy that needs it, or a Fed that's cutting into really an economy that doesn't need it. And that will have divergent implications for what works, what doesn't work with respect to the dollar, with respect to bonds, and with respect to these indexes.
I think that is the story, right, Shai? Coming into today, looking at unemployment data, again, short-term day traders are going to look at a couple scenarios, right? Obviously, first off, everybody, be very patient on a day like today because we're talking about the impact here, trying to take you behind the charts, beyond the charts, and understand what people that aren't just looking at tick-by-tick movements in the S&P and NASDAQ are thinking. And I think that is it. I think that what Craig said is the Fed cutting into a market that needs it or doesn't need it? I think it's almost can come down to that coming into today. Yeah,
and I really think markets don't care. They just want the cut, to be honest with you. I think if, I would be very surprised if, again, we got a surprise to the upside and markets had a knee jerk and then immediately bought it right back up. Yeah. Or, yield spike and immediately that turned around as well because that's just the narrative that is going on. But again, we have the next couple of weeks. We've got, again, quarterly rollover for U.S. indexes, volatility futures, inflation data, FOMC, stock buyback period, blackout before Q3 earnings, and so busy month and should provide a lot of trading opportunities for day traders in particular.
Yeah, unemployment was never one of my favorite days. First of all, the first, I don't know how many years of my career, even when I was trading electronically, I was sitting in my office drinking espresso, hanging with guys that, I wasn't smoking, but the guys having cigs, and we'd be waiting. We'd watch unemployment because it was happening in the Euros. Sometimes I'd even walk into the Euros and just kind of see what they were doing. And they were all, they were really busy, and you get into the S&P, into the open. And so in an electronic world, I've always looked at unemployment as like, yeah, it's kind of not my thing. It's a little thin. It's a little dicey. I mean, especially a lot of people in here are trading NASDAQ. Be careful on this, again, because we're going to try and cover it as best we can to give you kind of an idea. And I think that's what it comes down to. And again, I don't think we can go over this enough. I think there's kind of like, I would say, is there three situations, Craig? Again, I know you already walked through like what the worst case is or what the best case is. But again, for the traders that are just tuning in now as we're getting ready for PAX here in a little bit, he'll be joining us for the number. Walk us through that again, because I think it's important.
Yeah. So let's start with the most adverse scenario first, right? I'm looking here at there's some polls that have been going around. I think this is from J.P. Morgan. Expectations for today's move: 0 to zero, anything less than zero, S&P negative 150 basis points; 0 to 25, negative 75 basis points; 25 to 50, negative 25 basis points. Then from there, 50 to 75 plus 50 bips; 75 to 100 plus 75 bips; and above 100, S&P up 1%. The odd and the way that they shaded that was basically close to 80% chance that we'd be above 50%. So I think most of the market is gearing towards that better than expected outcome. I think if we get the adverse outcome, the reason I'm concerned about it is because folks aren't really hedged as much as they've been for today, right? The VIX is actually quite compressed into this event. One-day volatility is only up at like 13, 14. We've seen prior NFP numbers, including the last one, where we're up in the 16, 17 zone, and we've seen north of 20 in highly contentious NFPs in the past. So not that much volatility today into this print. We're also currently in positive gamma from the S&P perspective position, but we could flip pretty quickly negative. If we did to go down 1.5%, we would quickly move into this negative gamma regime where dealers are forced to sell futures to help hedge their own exposures. So we could get a situation where a larger than expected worse outcome exacerbates selling as dealers are forced to hedge their positions by selling more.
Yep.
So that's the adverse scenario. I think I agree with Chai. I think in the upside case, people will feel comfortable that they know we're going to get the rate cuts and the economy maybe doesn't need it. The long end's going to sell off. The question is, what is the speed of that sell-off, and does it become an issue? We saw 30-year yields hit close to 5% earlier this week. They've come back off. If we rapidly start to move back to 5% and through 5% again, maybe next week with there's a French geopolitical issue coming up too that's led to some pressure on the long end in Europe. Japan, we know, has been under pressure at the long end. If we see the rate of change in the long end start to increase, I think that becomes an issue for next week, but probably for today, not really as big of an issue.
Yep. I think the interesting thing coming in today with the positive gamma and just in how the market is positioned coming in, again, you got NASDAQ up over 100 coming in, S&P up 5, Russell's pretty much flat, Dow's down $1.25, bond market up. The anticipation is still leaning towards kind of what you talked about that.
Yeah, I think the anticipation is still Goldilocks, right? It's basically, the number's going to be okay. It's not going to be a total concern. It's not going to be a disaster. Fed's still going to give us that cut. No evidence that the economy is rapidly deteriorating to such a degree that I'm concerned about my equity exposure. So let me continue to invest. And volatility is not going to blow out. So systematic flows remain positive. That's the message I'm seeing kind of, at 8:24 here. We'll see what happens in 6 minutes. We'll see if we even get the number in 6 minutes, but hopefully we do.
But we didn't. That would be interesting.
Letnick's on Bloomberg right now, and they asked him about the BLS technical problems, and he kind of went off, and he said they need new leadership. So,
yeah. Well, we'll see. But I think that the one thing I would say to traders is when you hear that coming from Craig and understanding the environment, if the market starts to excel to the downside and you have an area of interest that you want to look to buy, be careful. Make sure you understand the data, because this could be a scenario where if we do start to go down quickly, again, watch the bond market, watch what's happening. Don't be quick to pull the trigger. Be late to come in something like this. Never want to be early, because early on an unemployment Friday right out of the gates, and we'll talk about this with PAX, it's just too difficult to manage. The speed of the machines is just way too much. And there's going to be a lot of cross currents here, a lot of repositioning coming right out of an unemployment number. And futures markets are a place where people people don't think about this, but futures markets are a place where they are a place to hedge.
Exactly. I was
So,
going to say that.
this is the one thing that I'm thankful for coming from the pit, is that, when they want to come in and they want to sell them, they're just like, bid. You're like, what even bid? They're like, sell you 5. They just, that's it, sold. At even. And all of a sudden the market's going. It's like they don't care. They need to sell. And in a machine world, they're going, sell. Now, they may not be blasting them all at once, but they might drip them in, whatever their strategy is of doing that. And so understand that these flows can come in hot and heavy, especially coming out of a data like unemployment, a lot of repositioning.
And then the other scenario, which we didn't talk about, is everything comes in line and the market doesn't do much.
Hey, I get another espresso. We sit back. I just hand it to Pax and go, take care of it, bro. So we're about a minute away actually for bringing in Pax. I think he is ready, and so whenever he's ready, I think we can bring him in and we start getting ready for. Like I said, all of these things. Here he is. He's adjusting the camera as we go.
Are you talking to me?
Oh, he's got a black shirt on now. Earlier, you had a green shirt on. What happened?
Are you talking to me? Yeah, I had to change. I had to. I could not wear that green shirt. It's not St. Patrick's Day yet. Craig, it was great.
Yeah.
Is Craig still here? Great listening to you, Craig. You're and welcome to Ninja, I guess. But I mean, it's just I followed you for a long time, so it's really great to listen to you speak. So many things going on here today, or not?
Thanks, Pax. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so leave it to Pax to come in and go right into the announcement. So Craig is going to be joining us for the morning panel going forward. He will be the macro strategist here on NinjaTrader Live, and so that's great. We were waiting. Listen, I like telling you stuff, and then you come in and just steamroll over it. Are you kidding me? I'm used to it.
Yeah, sorry. What do I know? Yeah. Well, welcome anyway, Craig. Don't listen to that guy.
Yeah.
Listen,
so Pax, let's start with you.
I know my friend Jim Cagnina, and you are no Jim Cagnina. I'm just kidding.
Well, who didn't know that? Yeah.
Hey, I would have.
We love you, Jimmy.
I love you, miss you, Jim. I would absolutely be upstairs in that office in Spike, ripping one cigarette after another, drinking espresso after espresso, watching you guys eat prosciutto sandwiches with fresh mozzarella at 7:30 in the morning. Waiting for this number to come out. The only Irishman in that office.
I forget that you smoked. I forgot that you smoked.
Especially in the morning. It was one after the other. Oh, my Lord. I can't even think of myself as a smoker. Whew.
No, we're so far past that. You and I were in the gym.
Oh, every day. Every day.
So, Pax, I want to get to you real quick about pre-unemployment stuff. I want to talk to you. So we're all in studio, and Pax is on the big screen. We're looking at him. You probably heard us talk a little bit about unemployment coming into today. I want you to get everybody ready for the mindset coming into an unemployment. We talked enough about the macro side as we wait for the data. What's the mindset coming into a data point like this?
Well, I heard, first of all, wait. Don't be early on a day like this. You'll get run over. You'll get destroyed. Fortunes are not made in gambling like that. Fortunes are made in waiting for the market to come back in and then, trading your process. If you don't have a plan to trade this, don't trade it. But it was interesting listening to Craig talk about the different, what's the word? Morgan's guy says this, Goldman's guy says this, everybody's got a different consensus. Yesterday, if you remember, Anthony, and you mentioned this earlier when you're talking about, a hedge, when the banks wanted to come in or the funds wanted to come in and they just wanted to buy them, they bought them. And yesterday we saw that they bought them. And, and oftentimes that made me think that oftentimes the numbers would leak or somebody knew the numbers in advance and the market would rally or the market would break in front of it. So, I don't know how bad the number needs to be in order for us to turn around and take out the overnight high at 6530 in the S&P, 6531 and 23,800. Or no, what is the overnight high in the NASDAQ? Yeah, 23,800. How do you like that? The NASDAQ still can't get to their all-time high. Anyway, that's not engendering a whole lot of confidence in this rally to me. But anyway, the point is that, that doesn't mean, just because they came in and bought it at the end of the day, doesn't mean that the number leaked out or that people know what they're doing. It just means that they could have been covering some shorts because it looked like we were topping last week. Well, we didn't. Does that mean that we turn around and rally 150 points from here? Does it mean that we break from here? Who knows? It's anybody's guess. And I'm not going to grab a pair of dice and roll them against the wall and hope I don't crap out. I'm going to let volume come back in. I'm going to trade this. I'm going to trade my process. I'm going to trade my plan. And if there's nothing to do today, it's more important for me to live to fight another day than it is for me to try to make my fortune today on Capital Preservation Friday. So
spot on, my brother. Yeah, no. And thanks for giving it to us and right on time. Your timing's become perfect. You know that?
Thanks.
I mean, it's really, really good. So again, we're going to have Shai give, as we go through unemployment, everybody, I'm going to keep the 30-year up. We'll have Shai give us the data. We'll go to initial reactions with Craig, and then we'll go to PAX and see trading reactions. And so we are going to keep the bonds up just because, again, bond market. First thing you got to watch is unemployment. Let's see what the bond market does, and then I'll flip to equities and gold, and we'll go across the gamut as Shai puts out the numbers. Again, everybody, just like Pax said, breathe, take your time, wait. Don't be in a rush out of this data point. Let's see what it comes out as, and then we'll help you digest what it is and hopefully navigate the macro side for you. And then we'll go to the
So change in non-farm payrolls came in actual 22,000, way below survey of 75,000. That's huge. We have unemployment rates still at 4.3%, which is not terrible. Labor force participation rate was 62.3%, expected 62.2%. And average hourly earnings were in line 0.3%. So really everything pretty much in line except for the actual headline number of non-farm payrolls.
Craig, we go to you. Initial reactions on this. You kind of guessed this.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think this is at the lower end of the range. It's more confirmation that the labor market is decelerating from here. Is it a catastrophe? No. I'm looking here at the revisions. Looks like they're modest revisions for last couple months. So minus 21,000 of negative revisions. So again, more negativity, more slowdown being observed in the labor market. We know this. The Fed knows this. That's why the Fed is going to be cutting rates in September. The question really is, how aggressive are they going to be cutting? Are they going to be able to cut again in October, again in December, in light of a sticky inflationary environment, which we're going to see more of next week? I think that's the trouble spot here for risk, right? If we have a stagflationary environment where growth is decelerating but inflation is sticky, how does the Fed react? And does it work? Will the Fed rate cuts actually really do anything? I mean, the first 25 is going to really not do anything. But if we start to get more evidence that, yes, the Fed's cutting, but the economy still needs more accommodation, that, I think, is the trouble spot here. I mean, equities, not surprisingly now are kind of back to where they were 2 minutes ago. But, we'll see. It's still early. As you mentioned, first move, not always the right move on days like today. Have to kind of wait and watch. But 22,000 after 79,000 last month, that's some weakness. That's definitely some weakness developing.
We do have gold ripping.
Yeah, gold. I was going to say, let me go to market reactions, and I want to go to PAX right away. So initial reactions in equities was lower, and then right back up to the highs. We got Nasdaq's making higher highs right now. Gold was a rocket ship straight up. Bond market also straight up, and then has since come back down. PAX market reactions.
So a bad number is bullish. I mean, Craig just said it. The Fed's going to cut, and then see what they're going to do in October and November. So the S&P broke to like 6508-ish, and then popped again back up into the 20s. Bonds caught a bid up to 20. I forget what the high. I don't see what the high was. 115.25, and then right back down to where it was. Now, what's interesting to me is what Tracy just mentioned. The gold's opening range, the top of gold opening range is 3608 and change. It came out of the opening range and it sat there but there was no liquidity. I mean, if they would have if you would have gotten long at the top of the opening range and the number came out good, man, they would have sold off and your stop would have gotten run for $10. But that popped and that exploded during RTH, to make a new all-time high at 36.43. So that's a huge move in gold. Now, what I'm guessing, and I'm not a macro guy like you guys, but what I'm guessing is that, is gold, gold is not necessarily a hedge against inflation anymore, in as much as it is against uncertainty and the Fed losing control of monetary policy. So is that what we're seeing happening? So they're buying the bejesus out of the metals. We saw silver last week take out the old Hunt Brothers high, and now everybody seems hedged. You're long S&P, long metals, and what about that move in the bonds this week? We were underneath earlier in the week when you and I were kind of talking about maybe a top being put in the indices. We were talking about the weakness in the 30-year bond at the long end. had taken out that hugely pivotal price of 113.24. That's the yearly pivot, and it's a number of old quarterly pivots going back to the 90s. And it had gotten below it. The low was around 113 even. And then, man, off that Joey Jolts number, remember Joey Jolts? Off that Joey Jolts number, we exploded up to, like the quarterly pivot at 114.17, rallied over a point, and now we're up another point. So, I have no idea what to make of this. This is not bearish. This is not bearish for indices today. It's awfully hard for me to want to, I'm going to trade my process, but in a, from a swing trading perspective, it is awfully hard for me to get long up here. I came in long from yesterday, and I am not. Oh man, I don't want to be aggressive in this today. Just maintain some positions.
A couple things to unpack here. Yeah. Go ahead, Shai.
Sorry. So probabilities has now 99% for September, 61.4% for October. These are all up. And 53.6% for December. So rate increases across the board, expectations in September, October, and December after that number.
Yeah, this goes back to what you had said, Craig, earlier. And I talked to you about a couple of things. First, one of the things that Pax had said, the 180 in the bond market, incredible this year. And we saw this on a global basis, right? We were talking about Japanese long end, all of that stuff. What are they doing right now following this?
Yeah, global long end is rallying. And yeah, look, I guess I am, we'll see how the day goes, but I think if people start to be concerned about how slowly the U.S. economy is slowing, they'll become more concerned. But to your point, as long as the bond market is contained, and yields aren't showing any signs of moving back higher again, it's going to give people comfort that the things that they've been involved in are going to continue to work, right? Bitcoin, gold, NASDAQ, liquidity's coming, no issue. And if the economy slows more, we're just going to get even more liquidity. So that's been a market narrative that everyone's felt very comfortable with. I think in that environment, risk is probably going to remain bid. But we do have important data again next week. And if inflation data shows that it's going to be more of a challenge to get that liquidity, I think that's where the rubber hits the road.
Yeah.
What's interesting is I just wanted to go over the revisions really fast. So, we did have the change in non-farm for June was revised down by 27,000 from plus 14,000 to minus 13,000. So we actually had a negative print in June after these revisions, and July was revised up by 6,000 from plus 73 to plus 79.
Yeah. I want to go to what somebody put in chat because I think it's an important market, and I want to go around the horn here with all of you, and then we'll end up with PAX again. But GDL says one of these markets are lying. I have some thoughts on this, but, start with you, Craig.
So if I go around the horn here, the front end of the bond market is rallying aggressively because the economy is slowing and the Fed's cutting rates. I think that's money good. I think that's the accurate interpretation. I think the gold market is good because it's rallying on back of rate cuts moving lower, the dollar weakening, and the dawn of a Fed cutting cycle into a slowing economy. I think the long end is rallying, but not as aggressively probably as maybe it otherwise would in a slowing environment, and that kind of leaves equities, right? And so, to me, broad-based cyclical equities or things that are, let's say, non-AI related, I don't think they should be rallying. I think, in light of a slowing economy where earnings expectations are likely to get hit, where multiples are already high, I think that part of the market is very exposed, and the rate cuts that are coming they're not going to be a panacea for these companies immediately. As far as the AI and tech components, that's the flight to safety stuff. I can understand why maybe that's catching a bid. The question from here is, will fundamental folks start to pull money out of equities in light of this kind of environment? It's not clear, but I think if we continue to get data that shows this deceleration in the economy is continuing, I think that's likely to happen.
What do you think, Shai?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they always say the bond market's always right? So, I think, I am under these circumstances, especially with these revisions, I'm concerned about small caps for sure, because this is going to hit them the hardest, particularly with tariffs that haven't even really filtered into their bottom line yet. And so I know you're long RTY, but I don't think it should be rallying.
She's trolling me, Pax. She's trolling me.
I don't blame her. Why are you long RTI? RTY, I mean. Yeah, you're trolling.
I bought some RTY a couple days ago. I put them in my long-term account. Look, it's a winner. I might trail it. I'm like Stowe now. You got to get me to trail my stop. No, it's in my longer-term account. I'm long. I bought some more yesterday too. I don't know. I like pain, but they're
like
winning so far.
Russell's like my ex-wife. She'll break your heart just when you think things are coming together. She'll break your heart. I shouldn't have said that. My kids.
So, Pax, let's go to you because I know I want your look at this question. I don't want just. I know you're. I'm going to let you answer it the way you want anyway because I can't. I don't get in the way of what you do, right? But he says, one of these markets is lying. What do you think about that statement? In the markets.
I'm a trader, man. I'm not paid to think. I'm paid to react. I'm not an analyst. I don't know. I don't know. What do I think is, I think that gold is telling us a story. I think there's a whole lot of uncertainty in this rally. Bond yield with the long end of the curve, with the bond rally and rates headed south, that's going to be winning the sales of the indices. I don't know, I don't know. But again, I've got a plan that I'm going to execute. Somebody had just put in there a second ago about, this reminds me of 2019, 2020. And I said, yeah, well, me too. But you know what? I'm not going to trade my opinion. I'm going to trade my process. And, and if my process gives me anything that's clear, then I'll spend some money in it and try to pull some money out. But, I'm a trader and an old school trader. I'm not paid to think. I'm paid to react. So there, Anthony.
It's interesting looking here at the NinjaTrader poll for Market Outlook today. 50% of folks, 430 votes. 50% of folks are bullish. 27% are bearish. 23% are neutral. I think that's the mindset that we're seeing, and from traders from the street, which is, okay, the Fed's cutting. That's great, but the question from here is, what's priced, and how much more are we going to get than what's already priced? And I think, unfortunately, we have to now see the next bit of data, and the next bit of data is inflationary data, and so that's the throttle on the Fed's rate cutting ability. If inflation is sticky or reaccelerating, it makes it hard to deliver what the market wants, which is more cuts sooner. If it's less cuts and later, that's an issue, and so we'll learn more about that next week. You got PPI, CPI, and import prices to the tail end of next week. That'll be the determinant of how we can we break through these highs and keep going, or are people going to get concerned about this slowing economy that we're starting to pick up more signs of?
I agree, and there's two sessions, right? You have the overnight session. Well, there's three sessions if you're going to go Asia, London, RTH. But I've always looked at it as two, right? Overnight and day. Yeah. But nonetheless, we'll see what happens when we open today. Again, this is why I'm great to have Pax here on, Capital Preservation Friday, Unemployment Friday, Ferragamo Friday, and Uncensored Friday. I mean, Pax, we got a lot of names for this day now. It's just growing, man. I don't even know. At some point, I'm going to have to get a bigger board here to write them all down. But what I think we have to realize is that coming out of this number, going back to what you guys had said, that this is not done yet, and I think at least we're past it for this morning. We look forward to what today brings, and RTH is going to bring a whole new set of people coming in that maybe have a different, viewpoint of what they want to do to execute coming out of the day. I just want to say that question about the market lying, and the reason I brought it up, and of course, everyone in chat, please send your questions and comments in there. We're reading them all as we go. It's all real time going through it. The one thing that I've learned is that when markets are all going together, up or down, those are the hardest ones to fade. There's this theme that goes on. It's just all risk on across the board, or maybe it's not risk on necessarily, but it's just everything's going up or everything's going down. Always been the most difficult markets to fade, looking for the one that's lying. More times than not, I have gotten blasted trying to find the market that's lying. And I do think that it is equities if we look at it across the board, but just the mindset of thinking that way, and that's why I went to PAX about that, is just like, I think that way too. And as people were compelled to think that way, and and you try to find that to think that you're smart, right? And I've never been known as smart. Good looking, maybe a little bit, Craig, but never smart. But nonetheless, I just want people to understand that, and that's why I brought that. But it's a great question, and we love hearing everyone in chat about this. A couple of things I want to talk about. We're going to go back to you now to PAX as well, but PAX's opening range indicator is now going to be available. So as we get ready for the open today, I retweeted that. Go to PAX's timeline. It's on my timeline, PAX's. Make sure you're following everybody in here on Twitter, by the way. And you can go and get PAX's opening range indicator. We're going to be looking at that throughout the morning. I'm so glad that we have that here on NinjaTrader. And also want to talk about a 5-day arena competition that kicks off on September 14th on the Sunday Open. We're giving away $20,000 in prize pool for the top 50. Also, there's going to be a register here button for that in the chat. So going through a couple things that we've got going on here at NinjaTrader. Of course, PAX made the announcement today that Craig is joining us on the morning panel as well. Don't worry, Jimmy is not leaving the morning panel. Jimmy is, of course, staying with us. Jimmy's our guy. Jimmy is like, he's the backbone, baby. He's my guy. Jimmy's not going anywhere. We're just giving him a little break here in Italy, but we're expanding, we're growing, and it's thanks to you in the audience. We're near 150,000 now on YouTube. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. Big party at 150,000. I hope it happens on Capital Preservation Friday. Maybe we give away Ferragamos packs. We should do that.
You should see how many people are posting Daddy needs a new pair of Ferragamos in the chat this morning.
We got to make that a hashtag on
So you need a shirt for that. I mean, this is not going away. I think we absolutely have to give away. We're giving away Ferragamos on 150,000. PAX is going to, I'm saying it right now, PAX is going to end up picking the winner in chat. And we're going to talk with him, and somebody's getting a pair of Ferragamos. That is going to happen. PAX, let's go to you. I don't know if you want to show your chart a little bit and maybe show us what's going on in gold and some of these pre-market stuff. I don't know if you have your charts up and maybe you want to start going over some things.
Yeah. Can you see them?
Sure.
I think you can see them, right? So I had nothing but domes up, so you couldn't see my chart, and I just moved the gold and bond domes or DOMs, the super DOMs. Yesterday, Leo and Stowe were talking about whether it's DOMs or domes. Anyway, so show you. I know it's DOM, but I got used to just saying domes through the years. So I have to update the levels. These are the PAX levels in gold, and I have not updated them yet because I need Mike Burke's help. But 3604 is 3604 is that level from hold on, Kevin. 3604. Kevin showed me how to do that, the crosshairs. So 3604 is that macro zone based off of the last right in here, the last quarterly pivot. And the overnight high was, I believe, 3630, and we took it out here. You can see right here. The overnight high was 3640. We took it out by $1. And now we're just floating in the middle of nowhere. I'm long gold long term. In my long term account, I'm long gold, not Russell. And if we get back below 3604, I'll take a little off. But as long as we're above 3604, this is who knows where this is going to go. One of the best trades that I had in the second phase of my career, it wasn't, over time, it wasn't the most profitable, but it was at that time I was long gold from like 1180 up to 1360, and then I added above 1360 to 1520. And in June of 19, I think it was, I had flattened up when we were driving to Hilton Head. I flattened up around 1380, 1390 when we were driving to Hilton Head for a baseball tournament. And the next day, a week later, we were another 200 higher. So, that's what this market feels like to me in gold, is that it's just the uncertainty, or however you want to phrase it, it's not going lower. Gold's not going lower. So anybody that's trying to short this is just going to continue to get run over. Don't pick tops, right? I always say don't pick tops, don't pick bottoms. you're better off selling them on the way back down. If you did, you're going to tell gold that you're not going to go any higher at 34.14. You're going to tell gold it's not going to go any higher at 36.48 or 35.09 or 35.32 or 36.04. You're going to get run over. You're going to get killed, and that's the end of that. So I'm going to sit here and I'm going to be patient, and I'm going to if I miss moves, that's okay. My superpower, if I've got a superpower as a trader, my superpower is to be the ability to be able to miss moves and to not care. I don't have FOMO. FOMO does not come into my life. I've turned FOMO into JOMO. So I'm long a couple from yesterday in the S&P. I'm trading on a different account so that I don't wind up covering my longs. But I'm going to see what we're going to do today in the SPOOs when we open in another 40 minutes. I don't trade NASDAQ anymore. So if you see my account, and then down here, I've got SIM. I'm going to keep this up on SIM so that, if I go to center my screens and I wind up inadvertently selling something, I'm not going to wind up with a position I don't intend. So I'm going to trade the 15 handle rotations that the S&P is going to give us. Like yesterday, here's the rotations that we got. It wasn't very easy, coming out of the opening range, but once we got above, here's the opening range. It wasn't very easy. You can see that we churned it from the open here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 15-minute bars. And then finally we got above the 15 handle rotation, and it became pretty obvious that the market was going to try to go higher. So you get long, scratch them, get long, scratch them, get long again, and then we take out the next 15 handles. When we took out the next 15 handle rotation, that was easy, and I got long at 64.98, easy peasy. So now now we sit and see what we're going to do when the opening range is set, and then our 15 handle rotations are going to immediately populate. So download download this indicator. It's going to help you stay on the right side of the market. If you want to learn how to trade it, you're going to have to give yourself a little bit of time. Don't jump in and just start banging away at this, especially on a thin, potentially dangerous unemployment day. Learn how to trade my process either in my group with the traders that are actively trading it and learning it, or do it on the simulator. Either way, give the market your time, not your money. The NASDAQ trades in 65 handle rotations. You can see from the opening range yesterday, that was a little bit better. We had one rally back down, so that paid you, took a little profit in front of the 65 handle rotation back down. But then that also, by the time the market decided to get above 23,552, that was easy peasy, straight up lemon squeezy. Now we just sit and wait. It's interesting to me, though, in the broader scheme of things, that the S&P is making another all-time high, and the NASDAQ isn't. The S&P is going to gap. Look, if we open here, the S&P is going to gap, into an all-time high, and that. Yep. The NASDAQ is still 200 points below it. That's not not engendering a whole lot of upside confidence. But we're not breaking.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when the Russell just explodes today? I mean, are you gonna be nice to me then?
I'll eat my Ferragamos.
Is that very good? All right, Pax. What I want to do before Craig and Shai are gone, any questions for them? I'm wondering if there's anything you wanted to ask them coming out of unemployment today.
No, not necessarily now. Everything that you guys, Craig explains everything, and Tracy does too. I love Tracy, listening to Tracy, because she makes everything understandable to me. And Craig does the same thing. The way that he explains things is simple to understand, and it's actionable. But I really don't, remember when we would sit around the office and everybody would say, I'm long, I'm short. I never wanted to hear that. I don't want to know going into the trading day, I don't want to know what other people's positions are, and I don't want to know what other people's opinions of the market is. I want to be prepared to trade either side. If we open up, let's say the opening range in the S&P is 32 quarter to 34. If we go 32 quarter offer, I want to be able to have the ability to be able to react to my process and get short there and see where the market is going to take us. Some of my best trades are when the market surprises the entire world and falls apart, or rallies. It doesn't matter. So I want to keep my head clear and focused strictly and utterly on my process at this point. So no, I don't have any real questions right now.
Shai, Craig, before we let you guys go, Shai, what are your final thoughts?
Well, watch gold, because I think gold is the market that's telling everything right now. I think that is the most truthful market, because it's rallying as a safe haven. It's rallying because we have central banks underlying bid. It's rallying because we're going to get rate cuts, and it's this is where people are hedging their bets. And so I think that the gold market, keep watching the gold market. I think it's going to be all important. And just one last thing, we just had a headline come across the wires. Gold just puked about over 1% on some headline saying Saudi Arabia wants OPEC Plus to speed up the next oil production boost. So I don't know where it came from, but it just hit the wires and oil dropped immediately.
Jeez. Yeah. Wow. Real time. That's interesting. I know I'm all of a sudden the crude, I know, went from 62.72 down to, it broke $1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Craig, final thoughts for today.
Yeah, keep an eye on the front end. Keep an eye on 2-year yields. Keep an eye on the white pack SOFRs. Just, if the speed of decline in yield starts to accelerate, it's more indicative of the bond market becoming a little bit more concerned about the pace of the economy, slowing. And I think that, we could get a situation where we start to see the curve steepen, but in an aggressively bull steepening type of way. That might provide some concern for folks who are just looking for rate cuts and saying, thank you for the rate cuts, let's keep buying risk. If the pace starts to accelerate and we start to get volatility of yields to the downside, keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on the front of the curve.
I totally agree with you. The pace of which bonds move are when you really have to keep an eye on them. As day traders, you don't need to watch the bonds all the time. I always believe keeping them up in the corner of your eye, and if they start moving quickly, you need to take note of that, because that will likely spill into the equity markets in some shape or form. Shai, Craig, phenomenal work this week. Again, Craig, welcome to the team.
Thanks.
Chat, show Craig some love. Follow him on X. Hit the like button for our macro team taking us through this morning's unemployment data. Best in the business. Guys, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Best ever.
All right, Pax. I think we're alone now. Are we going to start singing, you and I? What are we going to do? I mean, I'm on the phone with him so much. I talk to Pax all the time. I don't even know where to begin with this. I mean, he and I, we laugh, we cry, we bust balls. I mean, there's a lot that goes on in our calls. I call him yesterday. Every time I call him, I go, where are you at? He goes, I'm in the gym, working out.
We laughed for 20 minutes. We made fun of each other for 20 minutes about what time we work out at. That was really kind of fun. I am, Anthony, I say this all the time. I'm very blessed to have people like you in my life, to have friends like you, long-term friends that I can call. And when my cross gets a little heavy, I can call you, and I know that you're going to help me carry it, So before I start crying,
no, I feel, the feeling's mutual. Yeah, I know. The feeling's mutual. We've been through a lot together, and excited to be here with you and the chat on Friday. Pat and I, we get juiced for stuff like this. We love being together. We love being with traders. It's just what we do, And coming into this morning, Pax, let's set the tone again. We're near the 9 o'clock hour. We're 30 minutes out. No one better than to lead us into an unemployment Friday. Take us through what the mindset is as we get close to the open. What are your thoughts? Talk about coming out of unemployment, what you're looking at, and what you'll be looking for.
Well, we're not going lower, at least in a broad sense. In a macro sense, this market is going to gap into an all-time high. Yesterday's high was 65.16 during RTH. So the gap is going to be wherever we open at 65.16 in the S&P. The NASDAQ, that would be, let me tell you, the gap in the NASDAQ, I don't like those numbers, 23,708. So, we're going to leave a gap from 65.16 to 23,708. Do we fill the gap? The equities always fill their gaps. It might take a decade, but we'll fill them. I don't think we're going to fill it today. Now, if we do come out of the opening range to the south side, I will be short, and I'll be looking for the 50-nano rotations, looking to fill the gap, and I might just take the money. If we close those gaps and we get below it, then I'll sell more. But on the upside, it really is awfully hard to want to be aggressive on the upside. Now, Anthony, that's in the broad sense, right? But from a and this is why I didn't want to get into any questions or not, because I'm going to put the framework of my process around everything going on. So where everybody else is going to have a difficult time buying a new all-time high, I'll have no problem doing it as long as it's manageable. If the opening range is 65.35, and I think that's the all-time high, right? 65.35.75, which we set this morning. If the opening range, let's say the top of the opening range is 65.38, we go 38 bid, I'm going to get long. Now everybody else is going to want to fade that, because it's natural to think, well, we can't go, I'm not. I'm going to trade my process. And if the market goes 8 bid, 8.5 bid, 9 bid, all I have to do is put in a scratch stop and stay out of the way of the market. And if neither one of that, last week I talked about each trade that I make, it needs to be either easy or it needs to be manageable. Easy is if I buy 34s and I pay for them at 38, that's easy. I want easy trades. I will add to easy trades. We come out of the opening range in the first attempt. We're going to go to the pay line, which is 4 points in the S&P, 10 points in the NAS. Pretty quickly, we go blowing through that. We will see the 15-handle rotations. I'll be adding to that. Now, manageable is buying 34s, and I've got it goes 34 quarter bid, 34 half bid, and then I can scratch it. That's manageable. If I buy 34s and they go offered, I'm going to wait. Or I might not wait. I might do it again, but I'm only going to do that a couple of times before I decide to cut my size or decide not to trade it. And today is going to be a day where I'm going to be very, very quick in cutting my size or deciding not to trade because it's Capital Preservation Friday. It hasn't exactly been a super easy week. Last week was good. This week really wasn't. And then we've got CPI next week and, all kinds of data out next week, inflationary data that's going to move the markets, and we start rollover, and then the rollover starts next week, and then rollover finishes the week after Monday or Tuesday of the following week, whatever date that is. Oh wait, I'll tell you, the 17th is Wednesday, so the 15th or the 16th. I roll on volume, so I'm going to start trading the D's contract in the S&P. Whenever the volume is heavier in December than it is in March, than it is in SEP, I'm sorry. So, that should probably be midday Monday. So, next week, the heaviest day of roll, my least favorite time to trade historically, but as the cost to carry has increased and let's see what the gap is. And as the gap between the markets have increased, the volatility during roll has increased. And so historically throughout most of my career, I have not really traded the roll. Well, the roll has been a pretty awesome trade in the last couple of years because, as the front month has a bigger spread with the back month right now, December is trading at 65.92 while SEP is trading at 65.36. So 36, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. It's a 60-point gap. How do you like that? I can see complicated mathematical.
I didn't know you were that skilled.
Well, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we learn about your talents.
But I have to count on my fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah, not so good.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I didn't want to say nothing. I've known it.
Thanks. I said it. I said it before you did.
Well, they couldn't count anyway. They counted up. They used their clerks to count. Or how many did I buy? How many did I sell?
Yeah, and then have to change
get into that. Some of those guys.
Say 100. Yeah, how about that? Say 100. Hey, listen, can you make it 20? No, we just rallied 50 points. But yeah, so I'd have to change the quantity. I hated that shit.
I want to talk about the indicator, which I'm so excited about. Again, if you guys are just joining us now, PAX's opening range indicator is you can download it on Ninja, and we're going to probably have that link put in throughout the chat this morning. And you could probably scroll through chat and see that. I think a lot of people, PAX, I know a lot of people are excited about it, but I think there's a lot of people too that I'm seeing in chat and trying to understand kind of how it works and all of that. As we get into the open today, I think it's going to be important that as we look at your charts, talk about how things are populated. You spent a lot of time with our guy, Mike Burke, developing this. And so this way it's visually right in front of people. They're able to see it on the chart, and I know one of the questions came through too. Did you guys set this up to where it could be on the dome as well? Did I say dome? Yeah.
Yes, domes. Yeah, see, Tracy, I don't want to hear it. Domes, dude, domes. So yes, I have it set up. I haven't. Mike and I have not talked about releasing it on the domes yet, but I suppose we could, right? I mean, I have it. You'll see in 25 minutes when we open. The opening range will populate on my domes, and the 15-handle rotations will too. And then that gives me, look at the opening range is a pivot, so I'm going to be long above it and short below it. Those 15-handle rotations, if I'm long from the opening range and we rally up to that 15-handle rotation like yesterday, I'm going to take profit at that 15-handle. Here's the opening range. I'm going to take profit in front of 83.25. We go 83.25 bid, I'm going to buy more, or at least theoretically I'm going to, right? If I see it clearly and whatever, if the market is moving well, right? So the levels, I'm going to take profit in front of the levels, and I'm going to use them as pivots. So they're pivots, and I want those pivots because I'm a dome trader and not a chart trader. I want to see those pivots on my dome as well. So that will populate soon, and I'll show you how that works. And then Burke and I can release it for you. I'll have Mike work on doing it for you guys, and we'll release it for the domes too. So I'm a dome trader, man. And anybody I know that trades long term trades on domes. So and the NASDAQ being 65 handle swings too. So listen, those 15 handles and 65 handles, they will expand when the ATR gets bigger, but they don't shrink. The markets trade, and you can see it over and over and over again. The market trades in 15 handle rotations. I've seen it this way for almost all my career, and the NASDAQ also 65 handle rotations. It's just the way that the HFTs and the algorithms for some reason have it designed into their trading program. So yeah, I mean, what we need is clarity. What we need is to be able to say, I have an idea of what this market is trying to do. I've got some clarity as to what this market's trying to do, and therefore I am willing to spend some money in this market in order to be able to make more. It's a business. This isn't gambling. If I wanted to gamble, I'd have bought the opening range in gold at 36.08 and change, and just rolled the dice and hoped it worked. But this is a business. There was no liquidity. I'm not going to just roll the dice and see if it works. There needs to be some liquidity. There needs to be reasons, business reasons for me to want to spend some money in order to be able to pull some out. So take it easy, let the market set up, and we'll see what we're going to do. I'm not going to be real aggressive off the open. I mean, I say that all the time, and then, boom, I'm banging. But
so I want to let everybody know too, when you look at the levels on Pax's charts, you can see them right now. See how they're tiered like that? It means that the next rotation doesn't show up until they've gotten through one of those rotations. So you see how that's an important part, because and the reason why Pax wanted that was because he wanted to stay focused on what the next rotation is. He doesn't want to think too much beyond that. And again, it's about knowing level to level what you're looking at and how you're going to execute when you get there. I always say, I wonder what Donnie's thinking today. You and I were talking about Donnie yesterday, DCP. When we look at the bond market today, coming out of today, I always kind of try to channel my inner Donnie. Maybe a few people know as much about what's going on, in the stirs. Donnie's saying, he's the stirs.
The stir trade, yeah.
I love having Pax and Donnie on a podcast. All I have to do is go, hey, Donnie, hey, Pax. I hit mute and I sit back like this, and them two, they'll just talk for the next hour. Easiest job you ever had. I'm telling you, if you want to do a podcast, just do that. But nonetheless, I want to talk a little bit about the bonds because today I keep telling everybody you got to keep one eye on the bond market today, Pax. And I know obviously you're going to be so true to what you're watching for with opening range and all of that. But the bond market on a day like unemployment, I know you're still going to be keeping one eye on it, and I have been all morning. And they're up $1.14 right now. I mean, these things have stayed bid, and I think that that's an important reason why we've been staying bid.
Yeah, well, here's this 113.24 level. This is the yearly opening range. So this is the pivot for the year. And it's also, I said earlier, 113.24 is also the here, control Q. And there we go. Here's my crosshairs. it's also an old quarterly. It's a series of old quarterly pivots. So this is a huge level that the market's using it as a pivot. So we came down, we took it out this week, and we made a low the other day of like 113.01. Okay, so 113 even, and now we're up. I mean, over 3 full points. That I don't even know what that equates. That's like a 400-point move in the S&P, I think, like a 300-point. I think every point is supposed to be like 100 points in the SPOO's equivalent to it. I don't know what it is, but it's a significant. What I'm trying to say is this is a hugely significant move. So as bonds rally, rates go lower. So this is a huge move in bonds. So now obviously, as Tracy said earlier, we're certainly expecting a rate cut September 17th, which is Wednesday during roll. So expect some fireworks during the press conference when they start talking about forward guidance. But today's opening range, and I think this is a super interesting trade. Today's opening range is 115.15 is the top of the opening range, and during the number we had come back down to 115. Like 13, 115.15 a couple of times, and now it's up a point, almost a full point. So that's a market, where you can. There was a lot. You can see the bids and offers in the 30-year bond is. Wait, I don't have my bond dome up. Let me slide that over. You can see the bids and offers in the 30-year bond are heavy. They're heavier than the Nasdaq and the S&P. So you can really take a trade as the liquidity comes back in. You can take a trade above 115.15, and now you've got a point into it. You have no risk. You take profit up to. I'd have to check the plan to see what the daily target is. But say it's 116.10, you take profit in front of it, and now you're just sitting here with a risk-free position. In front of what could be a big. I don't even know where we'd be in the 30-year bond. If come September 15th, and the Fed cuts, who knows what that would be? I don't, I'm not that macro of a trader. I really don't care to be. I just want to act and react to my plan. I'm paid. It's a great line that I had heard along the way. I am a trader. I am not paid to think. I'm paid to react. So anyway, there you go. That's it. That was a big move in bonds. Look at the volume is much heavier. So you've got. Like 2-year flipper. We were talking about 2-year flipper the other day. 2-year flipper trades the short end of the curve and he scalps. The K algo gives you partials when you're scalping. So you can sit there and with 1,000 lots, and if you're trading the 10-year, you got 5,000, 10,000 on the bid and offer. You can really get the edge here. Let's say you buy 116.12s and now there's 1,000 on the bid. Well, you're pretty safe. You got the edge. Why? Because you can scratch the trade. You got plenty. That's the edge, by the way, is the ability to be able to scratch a trade and not to have to take a whole lot of risk. I don't understand where that whole idea of trading comes from. When we were on the floor, you had to do that, but on the screens, we've got the ability to be able to utilize every tick or every point. So utilize it. In some cases, a scratch is as good as a winner, as our shared mentor Mickey Hoffman taught each of us. And Anthony, that is an important concept, and one that I didn't truly embrace until I had blown up and was starting all over again in 2013. Was scratches as good as a. Do you remember in the UOT class when we were Anthony and I had a shared mentor, Mickey Hoffman, who ran like a mock pit. It was like a simulating trading, simulated trading, but it was in a pit. It was a mock pit.
The first sim.
Yes, it was the first sim. Ancient sim. And in that class, his daughter is Tiger, and her badge was Tiger, and she was a Tiger. And Stephanie were in there, and other people. They, so one of the things that they would insist that we would do was practice scratching, even on one. Say you won, and then you turn around and you sell one to a broker. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't turn around and say 101, and Mickey would yell at me, or Steph would yell at me, and. Because I thought, well, what do I want to do that for? If I buy evens, I want to make money on it, so I've got to take risk. Well, it wasn't until I was on the screens where I realized the importance of buying evens, and if they start trading out or they go offered to get out for a scratch, and to be able to take that scratch, I can always put the trade back on. But once I lose money, I cannot get back that lost money. Money is history. It's gone. Don't chase it. I had a guy yesterday.
I don't make money. I spend money.
Amazing. It's amazing. I,
It's
I had a
unbelievable.
guy,
I go ahead.
no, go ahead. What are you going to say?
No, I was going to say, going back to the principles of learning how to scratch a trade is so important. I think what it taught me more than anything was not to hesitate on getting out when a market was at a price that I no longer wanted to own it.
Mhm.
And I think that that's like a trained skill, because it's
Mhm.
I think most traders freeze. Like when we started trading the S&P, when I started trading the S&P, it didn't move not like it does today. So a lot of times it was like, if you bought them and it'd go your way and then you'd come back, I wasn't even looking at charts. I was using, just the keyboard. It was like, okay, I just had 10 ticks and now it's a scratch. What do I do? Right. And the thought process is, and what you guys will see PAX today when we get to the regular trading hours open, is there's no hesitancy in there. And that's one of the most important things I learned as a trader. It's why I probably traded so much, was because I became almost a little too loose. That door moved a little bit too much with me. But nonetheless, is like, to this day, I never, the minute something's not working, I never even think for a half a second. There's no thought in my mind. I just get out of it. And that to me is an edge in its own right.
Mm.
And I know that a lot of
Huge.
people, they'll put their stops in there. And they'll move them and they'll do things. And, we see our guys on this network, they're so amazing how they stay true to their stops, and the stop automatically gets them out. I always put a little bit of a buffer to my stop, and then I manually get out, just because I've trained myself so often to do that. I have a zone where, because I don't want to get one ticked. So I buffer the stop a little bit, and then, I'll put it in there. The stop is more of a blowout stop for me than it is anything. But nonetheless, I think one of the skills that if someone asked me, what could I take from the pit to help modern day electronic traders, is to remove hesitancy. Is when you get the edge, as Pax is saying, I don't know how much of an edge it is in NASDAQ or S&P as much these days, but in the bond market, it's definitely an edge. Is that when you fill the bid, you get filled on the bid or the offer, if you don't want that and that price is there, the minute it doesn't go your way, you're out. And I think that's when I think of Mickey Hoffman, and I think of what we learned, that's what that taught me.
Well, like when I was in the when I was in the Nasdaq pit, if there were 50 lots and 100 lots coming through the market, I knew I can get out. So I would trade 50 lots and 100 lots. If I knew I can get out, I would increase my size. So, now if there's 50 to even,
Exactly.
50, I'm already long 50. We come up and there's 50 to even, 50 to even. And there was a lot of paper behind me, or there was a lot of paper on the downside, or it's 90 on 200, I would go ahead and I'd buy those 50 to even, now, when I was a smaller trader, I would have to wait for other people to come in and go even bid, like the offers disappear and then everybody else comes in even bid. But when I became a big trader, I bought the evens and I said even bid. Now what are you going to do? Now, if Goldman came in and said sold, sell you 100. Oh, now I'm going to hit that. I'm going to turn around and I'm going to hit the 90 bid on 200. I'm not waiting for Goldman to hit them. I'm going to turn around and whack them out. I'm going to sell those. So, I got used to, on the screens, I got used to getting in and out very quickly. Because in the NASDAQ, as you guys all know who trade it, or even just who look at it, when you buy the NASDAQ and the trade works, it works quickly and it works immediately. So now on the screens, when I sat in 2013, 14, 15, trying to put together a trading process that was consistent, repeatable, and scalable. And after I'd blown up and I was starting to get some money back from MF Global, we sold our house, so I've got some in reserves. That gave me the gift of time. I did not have to overspend in the market to be able to try to figure it out. So what worked for me on the floor? Trading the opening range breakouts, not fading markets, not scalping, trading the breakouts from the OR. That worked for me on the floor. What else worked for me on the floor? Well, right or right out, RORO. That worked for me on the floor, as I just described. If I was long 90s, 50 at 90, and those 50 offered at even, and I said buy those, and I turned around and said even bid, and Goldman's sold. Oh no, I'll buy them. Buy 100, bid 90 on 200, sold. I was right or right out. So on the screens, I'm trying to cobble together a process that's consistent, repeatable, and scalable. If you don't have a process, it's those three things: consistent, repeatable, and scalable. Don't trade. Trade in the simulator until you do. So anyway, one of the things that I started to do was trade right or right out again. So if I buy in the S&P, if I buy 38s, it's now 38 quarter bid. So I've got the edge. Put my cursor on the sell side. If they come back down to 38, I'm going to sell those. If I buy 38s and they go 39 bid, I'm putting in a scratch stop. I'm not going to turn a 1 point trade into an expense. I'm not going to do that. I would rather miss a move than to lose money every day, all day. And that's what keeps me in this business. I would rather miss a move because remember, my superpower as a trader is to miss moves and to not care. I would rather miss a move than to lose money all day, every day, because there are going to be 150, 500 times where I buy 38s and it goes 40, 50, 60 bid. It might not be today, but there's going to be hundreds and hundreds of those trades in the course of a year. So why would I want to buy 38s and have them go 37 off? I had a guy yesterday on Twitter tell me that I've conversed with the guy before, so I know he's down significantly, but I was under some of the tweets, about this not being for everybody. And he said he's down $5 million short in this market and he's still short. Jesus. He's got 155,000 left. He's gone through almost everything. And I told him, I said, I don't know what to tell you. We've got unemployment tomorrow. What I would do is I would blow out of that position. You've got $155,000 left. That's $155,000 more than what I had when I started over. Blow out of that position and restart your life. Now what's going to happen? We're up another 50 points from 40 points from where we were talking yesterday. So what's he going to do now? The only thing he's got to live for, he said, was his son. And I said, well, that's plenty. You've got your son to live for, and you've got $155,000 left to restart your life. Blow out of the position and start over again. I don't understand why we're traders. We're not money managers. So I'm not, and this is part of the poll that I had yesterday is it more important to manage risk to a long-term profitable trading career? Is it more important to manage risk or is it more important to manage profit? My supposition, it's more important to learn how to manage profit. Managing risk will get you to a break-even trader or under, a slightly negative trader to break even. But managing profit, that's what's going to learning how to manage profit is what's going to make you profitable, and learning how to exploit your profit by adding to your positions, that's what's going to make you financially free. Most traders are going to add to losses. You buy 38s, market goes down to 28, you're going to buy more, fix your, now your average is 34, the market breaks a little bit more, you're going to buy more. I don't do that. I'm going to add to my profitable trades. That's what's given me the ability to become free. That and the way that we live our lives. That's what gives
speaking of adding to profitable trades, I did buy more Russell yesterday, just so you know, and it is up today. I'm just making that statement.
Trade. I just busted. That's a good trade, and it's a great trade. I just busted your balls about. I broke up with Russell a long time ago. Russell hurt me too much. Yeah. I mean, look at a chart. Look at it. I need Mike Burke.
I told you, I put him in my long-term account. That's it. Let him go.
Look at a long-term.
You're never too safe with it, but
look at a monthly chart in the Russell.
My long-term account is a weekly hold. So that's the longest term. I go anything outside of that, I have to give my money to somebody else to hold. But I'm glad you brought up like the point of people on X and like just the things I've been I see a lot of it on Twitter where the struggles are real, man. In this business, it's. Once you get in trading, it's funny. People take care of their money, or people focus more on their money than their health and their money. And when they start focusing so much on like holding on to like trying to regain losses, they start deteriorating their health. There's so many things that psychologically that trading will pull out of you in your life that if you're not careful, it could be pretty dangerous for you. I mean, I had a heart attack at 36 years old on my trading screens. I thought I was fine. You know what I mean? As time went by, I mean, what I internalized over for many years of doing it. That's why I don't day trade as much anymore. But it's a very difficult business. And again, people get so fixated on like that guy, he probably can't let go of the loss of that money. And that's the only thing he thinks about. And he's just so tied to it now that he just can't see straight. I mean, that's why, I'm hoping that you and we shed some light with some people and understand that like you and we do put health and family first over everything. And I don't care if I miss a trade ever again. I mean, it's like no big deal to me, but we've seen enough. We've seen people die. We've seen people get sick. We've seen people leave the business. And ultimately at the end of the day, what's more important is your life, your family, and go and, and your health, and go and live it. So when you get into trading, I think that's why it's so important to be in a good place when you come to this business, because if not, it will exploit every bad thing in your life in ways that you never thought it could. And I've just seen it too many times firsthand. And I think that it goes back to literally, a lot of it is where you start too. When I look at what Mickey taught us, like getting the edge and scratching a trade, like I think by learning to not have hesitancy getting out of a trade is probably one of the best things you can learn as a trader. That's why in sim environments, clicking in and clicking out, it creates that freedom. Like I literally, the minute I don't think that this trade is working, I just get out of it. It's like I have no attachment to it at all. And I think that's why, I don't think that's why, but I know that's why people talk about process so much, Pax, is because when you have, when you look at opening range, that allows you to be free. Because you look at that, you already believe in that, and because you believe in your preparation and you believe in opening range, you can freely execute. You can't buy that. I mean, people have to understand it doesn't matter what you're looking at. You have to believe in it and have the freedom to execute on what's in front of you. That to me is what has always helped me as a trader. Is just like I don't care what I miss. I don't care what's going on. I just got to have the freedom to come in and execute. That's why I think a lot of times just up or down. If I want to be long, I find a way to be long. If it's not working, I get out. I mean, I don't complicate my mind that way. And I do talk a lot about macro and other things because I do like understanding a theme for certain things that I do where I'm at this stage in my life. But for short-term day traders, man, it's about removing that hesitancy, having that ability to just, do that. Because when you have other things going on in your life, that's what's causing that hesitancy to do it. I'm holding on to this winner. All of a sudden, this matters. All of a sudden, things take precedent in your mind psychologically that you didn't think could even happen. And all of a sudden, you're holding on to a trade because, you wanted to buy something or pay for something. And it's psychologically damaging you and your physical wellness as well.
Oh, that's an incredibly good point. And I also have to say this too, is last May, I came close to dying. I got AFib that ended up after medical cardioversion and then cardioversion where they shock you to put me back into rhythm. My heart rate crashed to like 15, 17 beats a minute. My blood pressure broke to 50/30. And doctors yelling at me, don't close your eyes, don't close your eyes. When I got home from the hospital after a week in the hospital, I tweeted about that too. Anthony had called me and said, look, you're done, dude. I mean, haven't you made enough money? Your family's okay. And they need you more than they need another, few million or something. So I pick and choose my times that I want to trade. It's not, I don't find trading stressful. I find it tense or intense. And you guys will see it in 5 minutes. My whole demeanor changes when the market opens and I've got the intent to trade. So with, I'm done trading for active income, when the only true measure of success, because you and I have known too many people that have been worth 5 million, 10 million, 20 million that have completely gone broke and that have died, before 50 or after 50, died young. I mean, we can't even count how many people we know that we've loved that have died young because of the stress and the tension, the anxiety, everything that this business brings us. So it's very important for me to bank spiritual capital, emotional capital, physical capital. That's why I work out every day. That's why I do something physical. I don't drink much. I eat good and whole, healthy foods. I pray, I meditate, I go to church. I do all of those things that meant to help me bank those other forms of capital so that I'm more, this time in my career, more likely to retain the capital that I've made over the course of the last 12 years. Because again, I know the odds are against me. When I start thinking of myself as Pax, the GOAT, the greatest trader in the world, like you guys, I don't think of myself that way. I think of myself as just a schmuck who's got one trade in front of him, just like the rest of us. But when I start thinking about myself in the way that some of you guys will talk about me, then my wife is going to shut down my accounts and I'm done trading. My wife is she manages my accounts like she did for so many traders on the floor. So that's it. We have to really be on top of our game emotionally, spiritually, and mentally. And we'll talk more about this after the open. But if we're not, then we've got no business trading. If I'm not confident, carefree, fearless, and focused, then I've got no business being involved in the market. Confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. If I'm not CCFF, I don't trade. Period. If I didn't sleep well, don't trade. If you didn't eat a good breakfast, or if you didn't work out, you didn't pray, don't trade. There's always going to be another trade. There's always, as Tanya says, always another bus. Wait for that next bus. No point in banging your head against the wall and self-flagellating. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. You're beating yourself with whips. No good. You'll kill yourself. You'll be like that
For the
poor guy.
record,
who's down
I
5
tell him
million.
all the time. Yeah. Well, I mean, and for the record, when he's working out, I'm always telling him to do more leg day. He's got Irish legs, and just that's why he's always wearing pants at these meetups. All right, as we get into the open today, so far let's do a quick rundown. So gold.
You always say stuff like when I can't
I have
say
to listen.
anything. Like right
Yeah,
now,
it's
we're
all
gonna
right.
open.
You'll be
I
all
can't
right. You'll be
retort
okay.
that.
It's all right. It's all right.
Sorry.
You'll be okay. You'll be fine. So let's recap. So this morning we had with gold this morning as it came out. Gold had the initial spike, has now since consolidated. Tracy talked about that crude oil headline. Crude oil was trending lower, and then the headline came out and it broke and then come back into range. Just kind of giving everyone kind of the scope as we lead into the bell this morning. Bond market is a market we're going to continue to keep an eye on. Bonds are trading 116.07 on the 30-year. Let's see what they do as we come into today's trade. I think it's going to be important to watch the bonds because if they start to give back this day, Pax, I'm going to be watching as you're doing your stuff on the S&P, and I'll shed some light on what's happening behind the scenes, give some color with gold, bonds, and things of that. And we're off, everybody. How many bells have we heard, by the way? I mean, it's just like every time I get juiced when I hear it.
33F is the opening print, I think. 33F. So this is kind of a bullish. Oh, no. I'm sorry. No. Yeah, 33F is the opening print. 33F is the low of the day. This is a bullish open so far. Now, if 33 quarters is a low of the day, 33F is the opening print. So now listen, if this doesn't hold, oh, Manaj, okay, 39 quarter, I think, is the top of the opening range. So where in the hell is my thing? 40 is the top of the opening range. It didn't populate.
Yeah.
I got to fix it. Anyway, but so 40 is the top of the opening range, 65, 40. So as long as 33 quarter and 33 half hold, this is a bullish open. If this does not hold, then it's neutral. Okay, now it's populated. Here we go. Oh shit, I'm long too fast. I'm out for a couple ticks. All right, so I sold those for a couple tick expense. My NASDAQ is all over. So that's one expense. Now here's the OR populating on the charts, you see? So here's the OR indicator. 33Q is the low of the day, low of the opening range, also the low of the day. 60, fuck, I missed it because I'm trying to explain to you guys this here. Here's my chance of buying.
Don't explain anything, just do it.
All right, but here you can see it there. Shit. I don't like pullbacks, and here I am waiting for a pullback. All right, I got them. See, this is why I don't like pullbacks, because they're an immediate expense. You dirty son of a bitch. I didn't get out of that fast. Okay, so now you can see I mismanaged that entire fucking trade. I mean that entire trade. Sorry. 65.
Just so you guys know, everybody. So we went from Unemployment Friday to Ferragamo Friday to now Uncensored Friday. It's okay. We're just making sure that we're keeping up with the titles.
I'll watch it. So 65.40, top of the opening range, 65.33 quarter, bottom of the opening range. 33Q is the bottom. First rotation up is 65.55. First rotation down, 65.18Q. So now listen, everybody and their brother right now is wanting to fade this. The gap is 65.16. So, we got to fade it. And that might very well may be the case. But as long as 33 quarter holds as the bottom of the opening range and 33 quarter holds as the low of the day, this is bullish. There's nothing bearish about this until we take out this level. Now, we're not moving on the upside either. So how many people right now are shorting this in the opening range, expecting us to take off on the downside? I don't know.
You got divergence with NASDAQ and S&P too, Pax.
Yeah,
isn't NASDAQ opening range high pretty much now?
A NASDAQ opening range is 64 to 902. So the NASDAQ is churning the bottom of the OR, trying to press lower. Yeah, but the NASDAQ all-time high is still 24,060. 68, and we can't get anywhere near that. So the NASDAQ is weaker than the S&P. Now, if the NASDAQ gets above 902, if the NASDAQ can get above the opening range, then the S&P will be trading, it'll be trading higher. Anybody in my group, I
Really
mismanaged
choppy
that
to
trade.
start.
It is. We're not doing shit. And this is choppy. This is quick, fast, and choppy. Now let's see if NASDAQ weakness brings about something here. I got a sell stop in. Maybe I might cancel that. Yeah. I put a sell stop in to initiate my trade for a second, and I canceled only because of NASDAQ weakness. But then the NASDAQ is just chopping all over the place. Below 64. So if you're short NASDAQ, you paid from at 54. Garbone, man. Garbone. So anyway, now I'll take one more upside attempt above 65.40, and then I'm going to stop trading the upside. If we come out 33-quarter offer, I'll sell them. But I've already taken 2 expenses at 40, so that's not going easy, and it wasn't manageable. They're immediate expenses, so that makes me less. What's the word? Less. It makes me want to be less aggressive on the upside, but I sure as shit am not going to sell them just because the market is rotating lower. NASDAQ 64.5 is the bottom in the opening range. The rotation, if you're short NASDAQ, you're going to take profit at 23,800, 99.8. Watch the matchups too. I sold NASDAQ. I sold the S&P. I sold them too quick, but 33.5. The NASDAQ was trading at like 36. So again, I mismanaged that too, but I'm trading small so that I can illustrate to you what we're doing here. Okay. So watch your matchups. That's the thing that I'm trying to make sense to you. All right, sold them again. So watch this shit. Fucking no good. I'm waiting for the rotation. We can't come out of the opening range. I'm going to wait to sell them at 18-quarter. I don't even know if I want to sell that. Look we've got, since the open, one, well, here's the open. We've got 2 bars in the middle here. What do we have out at 9 or 10? Nothing, right?
I don't think there was anything today. Shy, put it in the chat if there's something. I don't think there was, though, Pax.
This might be it.
Russell's near the highs.
Yeah, sold them this time. I scratched them, sold them back. Out for a tick. There, that was good execution. I sold them at 33-quarter, scratched them, sold them again. I got out at 33F. All my other executions have been sucky to bucky. But we're not going anywhere either. So expense, and then you got to really tighten that shit up. I mean, tighten that ship up.
Real quick, want to stop in here and say, people say why he's taking so many trades, because he's trading around the opening range. Once it goes, it's hands off. And so, as we talked about earlier, the freedom to get in and out, that's the lack of hesitancy. When you have a key area that you're watching, like the opening range, the 30-second opening range, that's how we would trade it. And some days it just straight goes, and other days it's going to trade around it. And so he's showing technique around the opening range.
So show up before the market opens, because you could have heard me explain that. I scratched that trade.
Where were you? You mentioned Ponderelli would be on here with us.
Oh, shit. And I got up for another tick. Oh, God. Could you imagine the ball busting that would go on with Anthony?
No.
I sold him too early. I sold him. The NASDAQ was trading at 29-quarter. So you see that? Watch the NASDAQ. NASDAQ gets that algo push first. So, you can think of the way that I initiate my trades as a scalper, right? I scalp in. Oh, fucking look at the NASDAQ. So I scalp in. But once we go 33-quarter offer, I'm putting my feet up. I'm not doing anything until we get down to my target.
I mean, this is
God, the NASDAQ, look at the NASDAQ is this is awful. The NASDAQ is rotating down to 800 almost. The S&P can't get out of the opening range.
Yeah. Yep.
For illustrative purposes, I'm taking one more shot at the bottom of the opening range. Oh, shit. Too quick. I got them now. They got me now.
They're going down now, kids. One at even at one.
Yeah. So, you know, this, the S&P is just, we're not going anywhere. This is not going to be worth any money. I spent too much money trading this just to try to show you guys. And I don't trade 4 lots. Okay. So this is me trading a 1 lot, you know, or like 1 micro for you guys. I trade bigger than this. So trading 4 lots and taking these expenses is just a way of me showing you, you know, that this sucks kartoffels. And also listen, there is no reason to spend any money in a market that isn't going anywhere. The market tried to break, it couldn't. It tried to rally, it couldn't. The NASDAQ is breaking, you know, and maybe I took a couple of extra trades for illustrative purposes on the downside because the NASDAQ is weak. But that divergence, when we have a divergence like this, and the NASDAQ and the S&P cannot catch up to it, and the NASDAQ, and they're doing 2 different things. This is a market now worth trading. So in a broader sense, you know, we're not going lower. At least now. Maybe we will in a little bit of time. You know, a lot of people are getting short, you know, and they're hands off the mouse. They're waiting for this market to go. And, you know, maybe it goes, maybe it doesn't. People are going to get long, or nobody's really going to get long up here unless you know, you're trading this breakout system. And if you do, you know, maybe the market goes. But in the broader sense, the move has already happened. We rallied 40 points, you know, from off the number. I think we were trading around 65 even when the number came out. And maybe all we do is just hold the strength and not do anything but chop around all day long. In which case, I've spent my money, and you know, hey, whatever. Not every day is a positive day.
In the meantime, I'm just checking my Russell position. I'm checking my Russell position to see if it's.
All right, I got to learn how to put charts up. Put a monthly up on the Russell.
Oh, look at that! Wow.
Put a monthly up on the Russell.
Hey. Deli's got himself a new pair of Ferragamo's packs.
Look, I went and put on Giorgio Armani died, R.I.P. I went and put on an Armani shirt this morning so that I can honor him. Armani's coming right off. I'm putting the Viore I wore back on last week.
God, remember when that's all we used to buy was Armani? It was like, that was it. I don't think I've bought anything Armani in 15 years.
Oh, that's the only suits I wear are Armani. They drape well on me. They look nice on me.
Well, it's because your physique. They fit. It's your physique. Yeah, there's like tailored to your body. That Irish body. Yeah. It's like this. It's like it's all like the V.
Yeah, here we go. The skinny legs. Yeah.
Listen.
That the other day. Oh shit. That cracked me up when you said that. All right. Right now it's a 2-tick expense. All right, 2 ticks. It's worth it. See, now they tried to break, they couldn't. Let's see if they're going to try to rally. It's worth the 2-tick expense to try to get long, see if they're going to shove it in everybody's ear. Look at that. Can't do shit. Can't do anything. What kind of volume do we have? None.
I don't even keep volume up. I don't even know. I never watch the volume.
Not much. I'm only looking. I don't really either.
I'm just curious to see what it is too.
I don't really either. I just
want to
know.
Right. I mean, just to see if it's doing anything today. I mean, it just seems like it's like, what's going on here?
All right. If you bought these, you got the edge in them. There, I bought them. I got the edge in them. I can take a 2-tick expense. That's the edge. Now I can scratch them. 2 ticks. Back in. Oh, you son of a bitch. You no good, dirty, rotten son of a bitch. Out for 3 ticks. So what was anybody in my group see what what the equalizing price was? What was the matchup? 65.40 to what? In the NASDAQ was 72. Anybody happen to see that? There is no reason to be involved in this garbone.
I mean, this is, I mean, the S&P is doing nothing. You know, and again, what did we say the other day, Pax? I mean, we're leading into rollover now. I remember I was talking about this at the beginning of the week. You were putting it in the chat, like coming out of unemployment, all of a sudden now you've got, I mean, not that the roll is starting, but it's like you're not going to get a lot of positions initiated into this tape, into this right now in equities.
No, you're not. Oh, look at that shit. NASDAQ is going to rip everybody's face off right now. Everyone's short it. Oh my God. It's ripping everybody. This market is an equal opportunity destroyer.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody actively trading this is getting their ass handed to them.
New highs in the Russell.
Yeah, you're right. Get long Russell. Break up with the S&P. Yeah, scratch 40s. That was the best trade of the day. Scratch 40s. Well, I'm glad I'm long from yesterday. This stinks.
I mean, it really is. I'm going to tell you what. I mean, I'm looking at the Nasdaq, Russell, trying to give you color. I'm using your screen for the S&P, and it's like I look up at the S&P, it's trading the same price every time. You know, again, I told everyone I'd be keeping an eye on the bonds this morning to see what they're doing. They're just consolidating up at the high. Again, not a bullish tape. I mean, not a bearish tape across the board. Everything is really staying steady. We talked this morning about like what market could be wrong coming out of employment, where pretty much everything's up. The only thing down right now is the dollar. I mean, dollar's down against, you know, euro and everything else. You know, you even got, you know, crypto rallying again today. ETH back up to 44.60. Bitcoin 113,000. You know, market. Anytime you get these over anticipations of these days like this, Pax, you know, it's like how many times have we seen it? It's again, it's like you know, everyone's got high expectations for a day like today, and it's doing nothing.
The NASDAQ just rallied up to 74.25, broke down to 30 or, you know, like 44, 45, bottom of the opening range. What was it? 35, broke down to 35.
Yeah, what was that?
And now it's trading back up to 54. And now the S&P is starting to break. All right, let's see what the pain line is. Maybe I'll try to take a shot at the pain line at 29.25. All right, here we go. 29.25 is the pain line. So now the S&P is starting to find a little bit of traction in it. So those of you who are short, you're going to, if any of you stuck with it and you sold 33.25, you're going to pay for the trade by removing a quarter of your position at 29.25. If you, now you're scratched out.
New highs in gold again. Yeah.
Well, it's hard to want to be involved in this. You can scratch 33.25 as much as you want to. And the NASDAQ, now they're starting to come in line a little bit. NASDAQ is coming back down, back to the opening range, while the S&P is starting to come back to the opening range. They're starting to trade a little bit more in line. That they're not going anywhere, but they're trading in line, doing nothing together.
Gold bonds stay near the highs again. You know, I mean, it's about all I see is what's cleaner out there.
Mm-hmm. Now that would have been a good attempt to take. All right, if any of you sold 33.25, get your scratch stops and don't turn a 2-point profit, even a 1-point profit, into an expense. There you go, you scratched out. Now watch your matchups. You can always put them back on, but you can't get back lost money. Don't chase anything. Don't ever make a trade. Don't ever make a trade based off of your P&L. Don't make a trade based off of previous trades. In
I'm gonna be
fact,
curious to see. We got XY and Stowe coming up soon here. I'd be curious what they're doing in this tape. I would expect almost nothing.
I'm not doing shit. But well, they trade. XY is trading NAS, isn't he? Nasdaq's trying to do something.
Yeah, he's probably just waking up.
Oh, that was
He's
funny
gonna
last
definitely
week.
come in a robe today. He's gonna be in a robe for sure. I mean, there's no doubt. He's probably just getting the crust off as we speak. No news at 10, Chris.
Yeah, we're not doing anything.
Yeah, somebody's asking, saying, what your matchups means? What do your matchups mean, Pax?
Oh.
I'm not even really sure.
Well, all right. So, I don't want to make it S&P trade. Can you see me? Okay, I'm kind of sitting back in the chair a little bit.
Yeah,
So,
we see. Well, you get real close to the camera. No, move like this.
oh, here we go. Here we go.
Is this live? Are we going? Is this?
Are we live? Are we
Yeah,
live?
there
I
we
was
go.
just gonna
Look,
do
there
that.
you go.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
perfect, right there. That's what I was trying to get you there.
Oh, this is where you want to belong here. Hold on. Only because the Nasdaq is now pressing forward. So let's see. The S&P just tried to break. Now the S&P tried to break, it couldn't. So now it's going to try to rally. Shit, I was messing around. I wanted to belong there. So the S&P tried to break, it couldn't. Now it's
You'll
going to
get
try
him.
to
Just
rally.
wait like 5 seconds.
I know. All right. That's an attempt you guys wanted to take. Now put your scratch stops in your scratch stop. Good. You can't lose money when you have a scratch stop in. And I don't take pullbacks. So I want to buy 40s as they're going 40 bid, quarter bid, half bid, like there. Okay. I don't want to miss the trade. I'll work them for a second to see if I can get a snag, but I don't want to work a bid 65.40. This is actually an important concept. I'll get to matchups. So I want to buy them as prices coming through them, right? I want to buy 65.40 as it's going 40 bid, quarter bid, half bid. If I miss those, I'll work a bid for just a couple of seconds and then I'll yank it, because normally I don't want to pull back, meaning 40 bid, quarter bid, half bid, 75 trade, one bid back down to 40. I don't want to buy them in that case because almost always they're going to be an expense. So I want to buy 40s as they're rolling bid. Does that make sense? Not as they're coming back down to the price where I can take an expense on it. I've taken too many of those so far today, and I'm not looking to take any more. Now watch the matchups earlier. I noticed that 884 matched up with 65.40. Now the momentum matchups today, when the Nasdaq almost always gets an algorithmic push before the S&P does. God, if the Nasdaq can get above the opening range, we're going to rally. Now the Nasdaq almost always gets an algorithmic push before the S&P does. So you buy 40s and the Nasdaq goes 90 bid, or you got to, whatever the matchup was, I wasn't paying attention. Let's say it's 890. You buy 40s and the Nasdaq goes 90 bid, half bid, quarter bid, one bid, two bid, blah, 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 blah. The S&P will go 40 bid, 40 quarter bid, 40 half bid. Right now, because the indices are doing two different things, the matchups are very, very unclear. Let's see if the Nasdaq can get up to 02 as the top of the opening range, I believe, right? If the Nasdaq can get above 902, then the S&P should certainly go 65.40 bid. So matchups mean a bunch of, oh my God, what the fuck happened? No, I mean in the market, we just broke 10 points. The Nasdaq just got washed down for like 30. There is no, see, if you're not.
Oh, the Nasdaq is just
something's
crushing
going on.
people today in this thing.
Yeah, everything is. Something is going on. I don't know what in the hell just broke, but that's crazy shit. I mean, that's crazy stuff. The Nasdaq was just trading at 90 and they're down. They just broke 50 points. The S&P was trading at 40 and they just broke down. They just broke 10. There's no way that anybody should be trading this shit at all. Now listen, I will sell 18 quarters. I will buy 65 55s. That's it. I'll trade the rotations. I'm not going to trade anywhere near that. I've already chopped myself up to try to show you guys how to not chop yourself up. How do you like that? That's that. How do you like that? I didn't say shit. How do you like that stuff? 9 quarters, the bottom is the pain line. You want to take a shot at taking a trade there, go ahead, but too choppy and whippy for me. I want certainty in the market right now. I don't know what in the hell is going on here. I don't know what's going on here. We were just trading at 40. We're trading at 30. NASDAQ was trading at 90. We're trading at 40. So matchups.
They're in their own personal fast markets right now.
Oh my God. When we were busy, when the markets were really busy, I served on all kinds of committees at the CME. I was on the arbitration panel. I was on membership committee. I was on pick committee. I served on every committee that you can serve on, as a trader. And pick committee was one where, when we were really busy and the markets were flying all over the place, the brokers would say, put us on fast, put us on fast market. And I would have to say, as a member of pick committee, put us on, like fast. You would say like this like an F, upside down F. So you would say that to one of the pit reporters, and on the board where it has the volume, it would just say fast, and on the DOMs or domes, it would say fast. So, when you're in a fast market, different rules govern trading. You can trade through people. You can, like a broker is even bid. And if you called out a 95 trade or a 97 trade, you'd have to take it out. But in a fast market, the even bid could be unable and they can trade the 95s because different rules govern trading at the time. You know how many times now, people would say you're in a personal fast market when the market's not doing anything, there's no volume, market's not moving anywhere, and 40 bid at 30, 35 bid at 25, you're just chopping yourself up and trading. And somebody would say, hey, Pax, what are you in a personal fast market? And whenever you're in a personal fast market,
well, you're always in a time out.
You don't ever want
time out. So
I break them crazy.
Yeah. I mean, if I don't interrupt you, we're going to go right through the 10 o'clock hour. So I figured at some point I got to step in here. I mean, I don't know.
5 minutes.
Well, Jimmy it's official. He's getting Deli a pair of Ferragamos for his Russell trade in Italy. So just wanted to let you know that I'll be wearing them next week not next week when he gets back. So thanks, Jimmy. We miss you, brother. So you see the picture of him on the screen? You don't see it?
I see. So Jimmy's going to bring you a pair of Ferragamos, and I'm going to get a shirt that says, my friend went to Rome, and all I got was this T-shirt.
Yeah, I'm going to have RTY on the side of them.
Yeah. Hey, I want to finish that thought real quick. So, when you're in a personal fast market and somebody comes over to you and says, hey, you're in a personal fast market, you don't want to hear that. Even though you might be over trading and chopping yourself up, nobody wants to hear that, but you need to hear it. You need to hear it. So take it easy. This market isn't going anywhere. We can break 100 points, let it break without you. You don't need to spend any more money than what you already have in it. Take your loss and move on to the next trade or move on to the next day. And right now, there is no next trade. The market's not doing anything. Don't spend any more money than what you already have. Move on to later in the day. Maybe there's a late day trade, but next week we're going to start rollover. We got CPI. We are going to be busy from now until the end of the year. It doesn't mean that you got to make back your money today. Just take it easy and watch. Right? See what I mean? You got to make sure that you're here for those easy days. Today is not easy. So you sit and you wait. And by the way, anybody that tells you that they make money every day is full of garbone. Nobody makes money every day. Money comes in bunches. There's going to be times where the market is rocking and rolling and you're on top of it. You've got the Midas touch. You're rolling along, singing a song. You're adding to positions and everything is working because the market is trading, your process, the strengths of your process is trading, lights out. If you're a scalper, this is a scalper's delight. I'm not a scalper. I scalp in positions, but I'm not a scalper, right? The money comes in bunches. Nobody makes money every day except for the people that are, busy showing off their fancy cars because getting paid by affiliate marketing things. Just take it easy. Take your money and take your expenses and move on to later in the day or move on until Monday. You got to make sure that you survive. And if you sit here and chop yourself up in a market like this, you won't survive very long. Everybody got chopped. Anybody actively trading today got chopped up. Nobody's making money unless you happen to get lucky. And, that's it.
Yep.
So take your expenses and move on to tomorrow or Monday. That's it. That's my advice. Don't spend any more dough in this market. Now, Daddy's going to get his Ferragamos. That's awesome. Holy shit. That was great. Thanks, Shab. So do that again. Oh, yeah. Daddy's going to get his Ferragamos. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no, today. Oh yeah, last week. Yeah, that's funny.
Oh God. One of the questions that somebody put in chat, and it's a good one for a day like today, is he's asking when do you know when not to trade? Well, the market told him when not to trade. He already traded. He lost money in expenses, and at this point now the tape is telling you. We always say the reaction to the areas that you're looking at are what matter more. And so Pax has an area that he's looking at with the opening range. And because the market is giving it the Rodney Dangerfield right now, if you don't know what that means, it's showing it no respect. That just means that, look, it doesn't matter right now. That's what you have to understand, because, like, you know how many times I have a level, I'm like, boy, I can't wait for this level to get there. It gets there, and I buy it, and, it gives me the Heisman or the Rodney Dangerfield. And so you have to understand, you're like, well, it mattered to me, but it doesn't matter right now. So that's when you know when not to trade. The market tells you.
The Heisman. I haven't said that. I say that all the time. I haven't said that in a while. The Heisman is like, the market's telling you, beat it, dude.
Oh.
But yeah, no,
Well,
that's a great point. That's a great point. So, real-time information to make real-time trading decisions. If we were to come out of the opening range on the downside and we'd have come down to that 18 quarter, remember the gap fill is 16. So if we'd have come down to 18 quarter, which is also the 15-handle rotation, I would have taken profit and I would have sold more through it. And then I would have taken profit at the next 15-handle rotation and I would have sold more through that. The market's not doing that, and at least it's not doing it easily. So this is not worth any more of my money. That's the way I've got to look at it. This is a business. It's not gambling. It's not worth any more of my money. There are going to be 100 days like this in the near future, 100 trades between now and the end of the year where I'm going to sell 33 quarters. I'm going to take profit at 18.5, and I'm going to sell more underneath the gap fill at 16, and make an ungodly amount of money. That's not today. The market is chopping down to this rotation here at 18Q. That's it. It's chopping. Now, the people that sold the opening range and decided that they're going to get in front of a possible running freight train, well, are they getting rewarded right now? Is that worth the risk? Right now we're down 10 points from the OR. Is that worth the whatever risk their RR? I don't have an RR. The risk reward ratio, I don't know. Maybe, if you're going to risk 2 points and make 10, but you're going to risk 2 points and make 10, you're going to get chopped up. You're already out like 14 times. So you've got to decide using real-time information to make real-time trading decisions. When is the market worth your time? When is the market worth your money?
Oh, we got XY and Stowe in the house. What's up, my brothers?
What's up? Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, fellas.
Morning.
How's it going?
Well, great.
Good.
That's good. That's good.
It'd be more fun if the market was
amazing.
It's doing 30.
Listen to him laugh.
Oh, so good. Good stuff today, brothers.
What do you guys got going on? Yeah.
Not a lot. I'm looking at this spot. I'm watching this 65.20 spot right here, but I mean, obviously it looks like we're barreling towards that. You short?
885 3/4 Nasdaqs, just above the open when they failed. I have a high time frame zone up there, so
Yeah.
a little bit of a confluence for me. The tape is pretty.
Pax, were you short?
No, I'm long from yesterday, but I'm not short now. Well, I was short. I sold 18 halves. So this rotation is completed. We rotated down 15 points, but how much money you want to spend for the 15 handles? Next rotation is going to be 0.75. The gap is 16. So be aware of the gap. NASDAQ gap is, I forget where that was. Where is the NASDAQ gap? That is at 708. So another 100 points lower, 708. The NASDAQ rotation completes at 800. 800.
Anthony, I love what you said about sometimes I'm waiting for my level. I'm so excited to trade it. Then the market could care less when it gets there. That man has that happens. That resonated with me very, very bigly. I don't know. They're going to give me this.
What do you got going, Stowe?
So I'm long this. I kind of got a bad fill. I marketed in at 21. I was looking for this 65-20 spot bounce. We're gonna see if NQ is gonna go. They're kind of finally syncing up here. I'm gonna take.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. The S&P was yes. Now, if the Nasdaq can trade 800 or 799, then yeah, they'll be synced up a little bit more. But
Okay.
I mean, they are syncing. They're syncing up, or they're trying to sync up.
Yeah.
I mean, this is dangerous on the dance floor.
I'm gonna start saying that. I like that.
I like that too. That's good.
Already.
Yeah, this is danger on the dance floor.
Who's saying
that's
that?
cool.
I don't know. I don't know, but I have it downloaded right next to some Irish songs in between Dean Martin singing Volare and some song in Gaelic. I've got an eclectic and weird playlist.
Musta and
You got
Bones.
across.
I
Got
said who
across.
was.
Yeah, this sucks.
Come on, baby.
We can't even get this. We can't get the first rotation in the Nasdaq. This is just
Yeah.
804
Well-
is close enough. 804 is close enough.
Yeah, 80. That's the previous week high also. So
Yes.
I was looking at that spot to hold there. We took
That's a
out
good spot.
that little stop. Yeah, so I took half off of this ES trade. I did put the Pax OR on the chart today, so that's fun. That's cool.
It would be fun if it worked. It'd be fun if the market moved.
It
We're
was
not moving.
yeah, it was a choppy, very choppy OR, especially over there.
One of the
in
choppiest
ES
I've
world.
seen in it really, seriously, one of the choppiest I've seen in quite a while.
I think XY is gonna win the day with this. I don't like being long when XY is immediately short, so that's kind of a tell.
I mean, I did cover a bunch
Okay,
earlier on. My trade I just wanted to get 2 VWAP. I actually scalped the shorts 3 times already.
stop.
But I wanted to get 2 VWAP. I'm holding now because, I mean, this is like our 4th attempt.
Yeah,
Finally cracked it, so I'm just going to trail this down. I mean, we've got the pivot right here. There's so many things that can just bounce this market up right now.
right,
So I'm
right.
trailing one of the two, making sure it's, tightly trailed. I don't want to give anything back from now. And then, yeah, my idea has played. It's largely off of this high time frame zone right here. We've got volume in the past.
Yeah,
The highs that led all the way down. So this is our first time back. We put a nice attempt right here. Give it a few actually. And this most recent one, they needed to have done something with that and they didn't. So I'm taking that stab short. I think it was a 12-point stop. It is what it is. If I had been wrong, it's 12 points out. If I'm right, we go back down to VWAP. I don't know why, but this tape is kind of angry today.
yeah,
We're getting a lot of bid around that VWAP spot, but they keep pulling it back down, right? So every time
yeah.
they're back towards the open, it's like, all right, step on the gas. Kind of like Pac said, if they blow past the open now and get back to the high and blow a new high, dude, shorts better get the hell out, right? But I'm seeing that as, okay, that's if. And if they still struggle with it, I'm willing to take the stabs at it. I'm waiting for the edges, right? We're in this balanced market, like Pax was saying. It's very choppy. It's very like indecisive. Is it going to blow past the overnight range on the upside, or are we going to go below VWAP? We had no idea. I was short biased just because of this high time frame spot that I had marked out, coming up from a huge gap or a RTH gap, I guess you can say. All those things to be considered, and then risk reward. So I didn't go into the trade thinking this is the right side. I went into it thinking this is where they have to make that choice now.
Yeah.
And my risk to reward is very favorable. And it just so happened to go my way. Largely because I just waited for the edge. If I had tried to interact with the idea within the majority of the volume, which you now see as value, I would have gotten like mega cooked. It's not even funny. Fried.
Deep fried, indeed.
Yeah. So it's a result of the market gifting me the opportunities to enter at the edges rather than forcing me to have to put on risk. in value, which I would not have done because, like I said, indecisive, right? Are we going to break VWAP or are we going to break this upside? They never made a choice. I just got trailed out of one runner here, so down to my last. I don't know where to put this thing. I think we're just gonna.
Yeah, I don't know. Gap, just put it at the gap, see what happens. At this point, I feel like we're driving at it.
I think
So
I'm gonna go for like the 760s, 750s right here.
okay,
I think we could. I mean, if we're filling this gap now and we go into the 70s, yeah, I think we'll go to the 50s. So back in this zone, for me, it's zone to zone right now. If they're not going to take this one, they're likely going to test this one again. I've kept it red because, well, it was an offer. It was a failed break last time. And this is the first time going through it in Globex volume and then testing it downside and then ripping it up even further.
there's a little bit. Okay,
Yeah, so I think they're going to retest.
this was a
So we'll
lot.
see.
They just lifted a ton right there at 65.16. And I saw NQ also.
I'm trailing this one
Yeah.
down.
It's okay. I wanted to ask Pax a question anyway, so I don't want to be in a trade while I do this. Pax, you have a second?
Yeah, of course.
So after last Friday, now I rewatched that session a bunch of times just because, it was super fun. But it got like, I think that was the first time I was ever able to visualize what it possibly might have been like to trade on the floor for real as it relates to like what we look at. Because I mean, we're watching the Dom, right? Like we have no idea what it's like to yell at other humans about orders and things. What, like, how can you tell me in relation to like the things that I look at, what are something that would be similar? I think you've also said a couple times like you are a market maker, not a market taker.
No,
So that
I'm a market taker, not a market maker.
that's it. Sorry. Yep. So like when I'm watching positions on a Dom, like resting orders and market orders happening, what is that like in real life? Does that make any sense? I don't know.
I don't know. Ask again, Stowe. Rephrase it.
Okay. So like there's resting liquidity on the Dom, and then there's market orders, obviously, that cross the spread, and that's what moves the market. So in real life, on a trading floor, where is that coming from? Like, who's the resting liquidity? Who is making the market? Who's taking the market in
Well,
those?
there's brokers and there's locals. A broker, I'm short. I sold 18 amps. I've scratched 18 amps here like 13 times, but I'm short 18 amps. There are brokers and there are locals. Brokers stand on the outside of the pit. Locals are independent traders, or retail traders. So, and we stand on the inside of the pit. The bigger you are, the higher step you are. So I was, and the bigger you are, the closer you stand to the bigger brokers. So I was one of the biggest locals in the NASDAQ pit, one of the biggest traders in the NASDAQ. So I had a top step. I'm going to take profit down at 03, and I'm going to sell more underneath there. I was a top step local, and I stood right in front of the big brokers. So, it would be brokers would be sitting there, like right now it's 14.5 bids. So, let's call it 14, 16, 14 on 20, 14 on 20. Sold. Sold. 14's trade, and then 50 at 14. So now I'm at 14, but I'm a trader. I can, when I'm offering, if I say 50 at 14, you go buy them. You have to buy them right away. Because if I sell 50 at 14 and you don't say buy them right away, I put my hands down, I can be out. But a broker works differently. A broker is going to be filling customer orders. So that was the great advantage that we had on the floor, is I knew who was doing what, when, why, where, and how. I wasn't guessing. Any volume profile or any market profile is all simply guesswork.
Mm-hmm.
So I see Goldman selling, I see Witter selling, I see Richard Dennis selling, Tudor Jones selling, I see them all selling. I know I covered my longs from yesterday. I'm short now. I did that in a separate account than what I do here. Anyway, I can see all that. I know what direction the funds are leaning. Funds are short. They're about ready to puke above opening range high. They're going to puke, or a little bit above that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I knew that was the case. Now it's just all guesswork. And it's very difficult in the age of algorithms and HFTs, which make this is the market maker versus market taker,
Hmm.
idea is it is very, very, very difficult to try to guess. We've done 451,000 contracts so far in the S&P. It's very difficult to guess who's doing what, why, when, where, and how when HFTs have created 400,000 of that volume at the speed of a nanosecond or a mic, whatever is shorter than that, quicker than the speed of light. So it's very difficult to be able to tell what all of that is. For the man who invented market profile. Do you guys know who invented market profile?
No.
You guys use it. And you have no idea who invented it.
No.
It was a guy named Pete Stoudemire.
Oh, Stoudemire. Yes. Okay. Yep.
And when I had my prop group, I paid Stoudemire to come and give us a week-long seminar. And then Stoudemire in 08 or 09, I was done trading. That's it. Prop group failed. The world fell apart. The pit was gone. So I was going to take my money and go. And anyway, I got a call from a guy asking me to trade for Stoudemire. Stoudemire, come on with 3 halves. Stoudemire, I've got bids and I'm going to raise it to 04. Stoudemire was, so Stoudemire came in and asked me and another guy to trade market profile for him while I was trying to update it into the age of algorithms. And we are only supposed to trade market profile and his add-ons. I got to sit and listen to him speak. It was like listening to Einstein speak. He was the smartest person I'd ever met in my life.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was great. And he eventually called it off because, trying to figure out who's doing what, why, and where. And now this is an 09, man, when things were still, there were still humans that created some of the volume. 90% of the volume is created by black box algos or HFTs. I will sell more underneath 03. I'm going to buy 04s and I'm going to sell more underneath 03. If we can take out this next rotation, I'm going to hammer them. So there's a lot to your question, but just the way that the mechanics of it worked is that there were brokers all around the pit, and one broker filled for Goldman, one broker filled for Witter, one broker filled for whatever, Bear Stearns, whatever, what banks, whatever the banks were, Mitsubishi, Credit Suisse and Deutsche, each broker filled for those guys. So, here's another thing. So, what's here, in the NASDAQ, what's here? And a broker would yell, 740 on 100. I'll sell you one. Who are you? Now because I traded with him, I sold him one. He's got to tell me who he is. I'm Goldman. Okay, I'm 7.5 on 100. You know what I mean? It was
okay.
You can see who's doing what, why, when, where, and how.
Interesting.
That's
oh my
crazy.
gosh.
Give you a little color on that, Stowe.
Yeah.
So like what I did was, PAX was actually in the pit and I was looking into the pit doing that. And I used to actually see on the electronic screen who I'd be trading against. There was a time when electronic trading, every time you would buy or sell, I could see who the opposing broker was. And so if it was 350, it was Goldman, 560s Merrill. Like if I would hit the bid in the S&P and I'd see that the opposing broker was 350, I would turn around and buy the offer because it would be Goldman Sachs, right? And so we used to see that. There's a lot more I could talk about there. At some point we'll have a whole kind of segment on that. PAX,
that would be awesome.
It's hard to even explain. Yeah, I mean, as we get near the lows today, I think I'm going to do some color and then I'm going to bounce PAX. You could stay with the boys if you want. We've got NVIDIA's getting kind of killed today. We're back down to where we were on the NASDAQ low of where we were for when the data came out. Same with the S&P. Also, some things to note. The bonds have not come back around. And this morning we talked about this, and this is what Craig talked about. Everyone said, what market's wrong? He said, most likely it's equities, because at some point did they start to this realization, slowly slowing type scenario. And as we gone through the opening range today, it finally decided that this is the time where, we couldn't go higher, and you started to see sellers come back in. So when you go back to what's happening on an unemployment Friday, markets had the initial reaction, and now we're reacting to the markets were able to digest that in the regular trading hours to what that initial reaction was. And now the truth is coming out of the tape. So just something to keep in mind that, when you see that the equity market is now rotating out, I know PAX, you got filled on some of those. That's an important thing to note, and it's hard market to fade when you see an unwind of that initial reaction on unemployment. So careful out there a little bit on technicals. And also, Shai is saying that Trump is posting about too late Powell, like he's too late to the party, as obviously he didn't get the jobs numbers he wanted. So there you go. Everybody, before I let you go, 5-day arena challenge kicks off, a 5-day arena competition kicks off September 14th on the Sunday Open. We're giving away $20,000 in prize pool for the top 50. It's pinned in the chat. Please go and check that out if you're interested in doing that 5-day arena challenge. Going to be cool. We've got a lot of things cooking here at NinjaTrader. This is just one of them. This is what's coming up since September. We've got a lot more things coming, but this is going to be a big event. 20K we're giving away. Also, show my brother some love. Let's get up to 500 likes for my boy Pax. He's my brother. I love him. He's my big brother. He's, as they call him, Uncle Pax. Great having him here on Fridays. Great to be here with him. Always a lot of fun. The day's starting to get interesting now. Let everyone get back to trading, and of course, show some love for my boy XY, and of course, Stowe. Hit the subscribe button on our way to 150,000 subscribers. We're gonna have a party. Pax is going to be giving away a pair of Ferragamos, everybody.
Oh,
to somebody
nice.
after we hit 150,000. Courtesy of NinjaTrader, Pax will be giving away a pair of Ferragamos. Pax, we're going to figure out how you've picked that person. That's going to be fun. I'm bouncing. Pax, you're welcome to stay. Love you, my brothers. I will see you guys later.
Love you, Anthony.
Thanks, Deli.
Finally,
So
they're telling
I
us what's going to happen.
I finally got those 18s. I got those 18 halves to stick. I scratched those a bunch of times. Got those 18 halves to stick. I bought 04 halves. I sold 04s, scratched those. Sold 03 halves, scratched those. Sold 04 halves, and then I sold 04s. So I doubled up there. I've got a nice little package on right now. So this has turned out to be a pretty good trading day.
Nice. It did come around for you, brother. It did.
Shorts are the good guys today, Stowe.
I can't express to you the importance of what one of the things that Anthony was just talking about. Oh man, I paid for these at 96. I removed my risk. About seeing the counterparty.
Yeah.
You can see the counterparty on the first version of Globex, and the exchange said that they were never going to take that away. They were never going to take that away, and they did. And so now, and the reason is because the HFTs didn't want the HFTs did not want counterparty known. So like if it's 700 on 50, sell you one. Who are you? Now, because I traded with you, you've got to disclose it. But if you're 700 on 50, who are you? I can't tell you that. Sell you one. Who are you? I'm Goldman. Okay, Now the HFTs, who are you? I'm 632. Who in the hell is that? That's $1 billion HFT, but they don't want anyone to know. Dark pools. Here we go. Now dark pools now control the volume. Dark pools control the movement of the market. So now I am no longer, you're no longer, Xyzee's no longer, none of us are no longer market takers. We are market makers. We are market takers. Market makers are these dark pools. You don't know who they are. They are the huge volume creators. Humans do not create the volume, not even a small percentage of it. It's created by HFTs. It's created by dark pools. That's it. Not even a small, it's like 90, I don't even know what it is. It's 90+% of the volume is created by black box computers. So, how are we going to trade? What are you going to do? And that's it. So it's very, very important.
That's so cool. So that was a big part of the edge. Knowing the counterparty. Okay.
Yeah. My edge was always trading the opening range breakouts and then my Fibonacci math, not Fibonacci extensions, retracements, Fibonacci math targets. That was always my edge. My edge was always right or right out. That was always my edge. My edge was always the fact that I retain a lot of information. I can act on it quickly. My edge was knowing who was doing what. I know that Danny Riley, D-Boy on Twitter, Mr. Top Step on Twitter. Danny had a huge book of business. He was a desk guy. He wasn't in the pit, but Danny had a huge book of business. And for two main funds and a huge institutional trader. And I knew I'm going to take profit at 80. I'm going to move my bid to 89. I'm going to sell them underneath 88 quarter the next rotation. I knew for sure that that Marty Schwartz is long, but the Saudi sovereign fund that Danny filled orders for was short. So what am I going to do? Well, who's going to puke first?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I got my 89s. Eggsy, you still short XY?
No, I covered all of it right before the 750s. That
Okay.
was extended my plan really. Anything
You got
else
no
would
risk. You
be
had no risk on them.
afterwards. Yeah, so I'm a little sick seeing it cover and go another 100, but there'll be, I mean, we've got so much time left.
Yeah, gaps
I'm
closed
usually a
now on
one and
NQ
done. Like if
also.
I get a good trade early on, like my charts are already off. So I'm being real patient right now.
Oh yeah, we did. We did. We closed the gap. 708.
Yep.
I didn't think we'd get there. They made you work for it. I mean, they made us work for it. At least, from my standpoint, they made me work for it, and I did. I spent some money. I spent a little bit too much trying to illustrate what I was doing, but then I was able to start to bang them out, and it worked. I mean, this is beautiful. This turned out to be a good day. So, the market ended up deciding what direction it wanted what direction it wanted to head in, and now
Yep.
it's running.
Yep. Yeah, we're back at previous day close on NQ now, and this is it's just the off. It's still so heavy. Yep. Yeah, just like just like last Friday.
Oh shit, I didn't add.
We also had crazy sell off last Friday, didn't we?
I did not add Monage. Shite.
It's a previous week one up there.
All right. Who in my group is short right now? Can you guys tell me that? And then I'll let these guys go and jump back in with you. But who in my group is short and paid? And if you want to put in where you're short, you can. If not, then just let me know who's short. Stevie, you're short. Of course you are. Danny boy, good. Stevie and Danny short. Pick is short. Chris is short. Oh wait, no. Anthony's short. I saw you, Ant. Sean, you're short. Good. All right.
Lift down here.
And Stevie, you're short. There's only 4 of you or 5 of you that are short. Okay. Faith Farm. I don't know who that is.
Let's see. 91.
Sunset, you short 5 NASDAQ and you covered all. Scale out. You'll take more out of the market and look to add to your positions. You don't just scalp. I scalp in, but once I find the momentum in the market, I'm looking to take profit and add. I tweeted about that yesterday. And this is an important, God bless it. I'm a little aggravated I didn't sell these 88s. But, the idea is that, look, there are 2 types of traders. No. There's 2 parts to every trade: managing risk and managing profit, right? I tweeted about this on a thing: managing risk and managing profit. Good job, Anthony. You're having a good day. Managing risk and managing profit. There's 4 types of traders. There's a trader that is consistently losing money. That person never learns how to manage risk. They're losing money. Then there's the break-even trader. That person has learned how to manage their risk, right? But they have not learned how to manage their profit, so they're break-even. Then there's the profitable trader. They've learned how to manage their risk and they've learned how to manage their profit. And then there's people that become financially free. They've learned how to manage risk, they've learned how to manage profit, and they've learned how to exploit their profit. So the opening range this morning is, at the bottom of it, 33.25. It just wasn't worth trading. It was choppy as all get out. But once we got below that 15-handle rotation, Exy said this earlier, we had real clarity as to what direction the market was going, and the market started to head low underneath there. So it was manageable. You can sell 18, sell 18.5, sell 19, scratch them, then they go. It was pretty obvious at that point that the S&P, the NASDAQ, both were trying to find their footing at those first rotations, and then they go, man. They went hard. So once you find the momentum in the market, then it becomes worth your money. You come up off the bench, you sell them. You take profit down to the next level at 03, and then we go offered below that. You're going to take profit and you're going to add underneath it. You're going to take profit at the next level, which is 88. Where did I stop? At 03. You're going to take profit at 04. You're going to add more underneath there. You're using your profit that you've locked in to make more profit. That's exporting your profit, right? Learning how to add your positions is incredibly important.
It's tough. It's not that easy, man. It's
No.
that's one of the hardest things that like I've ever had to try to wrap my mind around. Yeah.
It goes
Yeah.
against everything. It goes against the way that we're trained to look at things.
Okay.
You've got to. I really wish I'd have added at 18. I mean, we're going to 73 quarter. Okay, is the next rotation is 73 quarter. The Nasdaq is headed down to its next rotation at 604. So you're looking. If you guys are short Nasdaq, you sold more at 669, and you're going to take profit at 604. You sell more underneath 604. S&P, if you're short S&P at 88, you're going to take profit at 73 or 74. Always take profit in front. I'll add more underneath 73 quarter. So, I'm sorry, Stowe, what were you saying?
Oh, nothing, man. We were just talking about adding to
Yes. Yeah.
adding to winning trades. That's one of the most. You said it's it goes against everything that we're used to doing.
You get a profitable trade on, and you immediately want to take profit. You immediately want to flat, and there's a great story. I talk about this, and I think XY will know, maybe a little bit about this from today. I call it the Ross Deutsch story. Ross Deutsch was the best S&P trader in the history of S&P traders, and nobody knows his name because he took the money and ran at 40. But he was huge and great. So I was golfing with him, and I'm a new big trader. I was golfing with him, and I had 30 on. I had 30 NASDAQ on, and I had a stop in, and I called up and I said, where's the NASDAQ? And, we were like 20 lower. So I bought 10 in. I made $15,000 on the trade. And Ross said, why'd you do that? I said, well, you don't go broke taking profit. He said, who told you that? I said, my father-in-law. Your father-in-law is a broker. What does he know? You do go broke taking that kind of profit, because when you're wrong, you're going to get killed for 30, 40, 50, 100 points on a full unit. When you're right and you're taking partial profit on something for short profit, that's not good. Well, what do you mean? He said, well, I'm short from, let's say he's short from, 88. I'm short from 64, 88. I'm short 100. He was always short size or long size. I'm short 100 from 33, 65, 33. Okay. Where are you going to cover? Well, I'm not going to cover until we get to 64.02. So, what do you mean? I am not going to cover my shorts until we get to a place that I would at least consider getting long at. That really, really stuck with me.
Okay.
What do you mean? You're not going to take profit on the trade until you get to a place that you would consider getting long at? Yeah. Where are you going to get long? 64.02. So he said, I paid for my trade. I've already taken profit on the beginning part of it. Now I've added to my position. I will get long at 64.02, period. That's where I cover my shorts. And he made a fortune doing that. The old Ross Deutsch story. He made an ungodly amount of money doing that.
Interesting. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I always try to get people away from, like that idea of you won't go broke taking profits. I think it's something that we've all said when we first started trading, and like you make a little bit of money. And it's like, oh, you won't go broke. But you absolutely will. Absolutely. We've got people in the chat begging me every single day that I'm streaming to take profits at some point. And it's just like, well, it has to make sense for your process over a long data set. And you can't just, hey, there's money on the table, I got to snatch it. Because when you take the wrong side of trades here and there, it's going to be eaten up. Like your last three winners eaten up by one loser, right? Where it has to be, the other way, where a winner will pay for multiples of losers. Yeah, going broke, taking profits is actually the reality of many newer traders, myself included when I started. So,
yep, a lot of those tropes like that turn out to not actually be the truth. It turns out.
Yeah, right. And learning how to add to profit, learning how to exploit your profit. Take your time doing that. There's a real progression to learning how to be a long-term profitable trader. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes a long time. I don't think somebody said, I had a conversation with a young guy yesterday at my club about, he's a young trader. He's very good. And he's in and out of my group, but he's a great kid. We're just kind of talking about how, my line of give the market your time, not your money. We were talking about the importance of that. Come on, 74s. Daddy definitely needs a new pair of Ferragamos. Mama needs a new Louis Vuitton. It's the willingness to go through the progression. And another thing that me and this kid Salvatore talked about is that you don't need to go broke in order to be able to learn how to be good at this. You don't need to blow an account in order. I hear people say that all the time. I don't believe you need to blow an account. Listen to people like me that have, listen to people like me that, we were talking about that guy yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw that on my feed. That's down 5 million. He's got 155,000 left. I suppose,
Yeah.
I don't
that
know what to tell you.
That was a wild story.
Yeah. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to gamble in front of it. I mean, you got 155,000. It's enough to restart your life. You don't need to blow yourself up in order to be good at this. Learn from people that have. I started over with nothing, and I mean, I made more money on the trading floor, but I'm free. I'm financially free. I'm emotionally and spiritually free. I'm free. I couldn't be more blessed. I mean, that's it. Overtraded the opening range today, but finally caught him out of the opening range, and or not from the opening range, but from the rotation, and we're working down towards, what is this? This is 1, 2, 3, working down towards the fourth rotation. The S&P, the NASDAQ has gotten 1, 2, 3, also working on the fourth. So they're in line. They were doing two different things, but now, hey, listen, we might be short from the all-time high. And when that happens, that's a very rare thing. And when that happens, it's a powerful thing.
To that monthly open. This is my spot to take a shot here. We got a nice bid off of it to start at 80.
Yeah, I like the bid down here.
Me too. They got me, kind of freaked me out on that. This is deja vu from last Friday for sure. Big gap, sold it off. Trying to play for low day here. 64. We have 230.
Better see a dentist about that. Dad jokes.
That's good, Pax. That's good.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Nailing this long right now is a little difficult.
Yep.
I'm just sitting on these two now.
They're not making it easy.
Yeah. I think this
In
is
ES anyway. NQ's
Yeah.
a little nicer at the moment.
And I got my 74s. I got a nice little package on here. All right, I'll add more underneath 73. What is it? 73.25, I think.
Yep.
Okay, good. I took a few more off. All right, we're both at the fourth.
This tape is pretty negative.
Yeah. Listen, when you've got them on from what could be the all-time high, that is a possible trend rotation, not a trend change. Those are rare circumstances, and when they work, man, they're awfully powerful. So right now we've got what, 73, 83, 93, 03, 13, 23, 30. We got 60 points into the trade. If you were short from the opening range, if you're short from 18, you got 50 into it. NASDAQ, you got a couple hundred points. And also, don't forget, NASDAQ, S&P made a new all-time high. NASDAQ failed by 200 points. It's not bullish. Long term, I mean, right now for a trade, it might be, but
Yeah.
You know, okay.
The bid's down here, XY. It just keeps getting stomped
Well, they're
on.
chewing through it, man.
Yeah.
They are chewing through it. You can see the prints. They're just like hitting that bid. And then they're lifting the offer out. But the offer out gets what, like 10, maybe 15 points. And then they're just chewing through the bid again.
All right,
So we'd have to wait, honestly, until they stop chewing through the bid, or just let this thing roll. Getting close to prior week value.
All right, I sold 74s and scratched those. What was last week's low? I mean, 64.30. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. I'm keeping quiet because I know you guys are favoring the long side here, so I don't want to end up talking you out of a trade.
No, do your thing. I've already taken 2 shots at this, so I don't really have any more bullets down
I
here
think the
in these
chat
in
wants
these 80s.
Pax speaking perpetually while they've got him.
Yeah.
Rare opportunities.
Wait, I'm not looking at the things. What do you want me to talk about?
6471.
I can
I
talk
are-
about anything.
I already asked my good Pax question for the day.
I don't know if I answered it. I don't know.
No, it was good. It's a weird question. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how to ask it. It's like, because you grow up in this world and of trading, and like, there's lots of documentaries you can watch about floor trading, but like, it wasn't until I watched you do it last Friday that I was like, okay, now I'm really trying to figure out how does what I'm able to look at on the screen translate to what you used to do? Because there is still clearly there's a link there because I watched you do it. So, but yeah.
I didn't add there. Shit. I watched it go through. I was looking at Maron. I wanted to add and I didn't. I was looking at the chat and listening to you. That's okay. I'm still short. I'm still short from 18EF and from I don't know what price now. 04. I think I sold 04s. I took profit at 89. I took more profit at 74-ish. Okay, so there we go. This is, whether you're talking about on the floor, Stowe, or off the floor, this is literally the best business in the history of business. On the floor was, it was easier to make a lot more money. It was easier to make big money on the floor.
Okay.
I don't know at this point in my life if I would want to go on I don't know if I can do it anymore. I'm older. I don't know. I mean, we've been, the floor has been closed since the S&P pit has been closed since COVID, but really it was over in 2003. NASDAQ was over in 03. That's when the majority of the volume had shifted to the screens, was 03.
Okay.
So, 05, it was over, 05. So, I've been able to adapt to this. I'm wearing a nice shirt. I'm wearing Viore sweats. I'm sitting in my house.
Me too, man. You can't beat it.
No, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go work out with my wife soon. I've got a big group of people in my group that I feel responsible for and that I love and that love me. I've got the love of my family, the love of my God, the love of my kids first, and then my group and people on Twitter. I mean, I was humbled by that man telling me about his story yesterday, being down 5 million. Humbled that he would trust me, and I DM'd him my cell number. I get those sorts of messages all the time. When I pray the rosary, I talk a lot about pray the rosary with people on Twitter, or I talk about it with the traders in my group. I see my role as sort of the Simon of Cyrene, the guy who helped Jesus carry his cross. I see that as my role for the next generation of traders on NinjaTrader Live, for you guys, to help you guys, I wish I'd have sold those. I didn't. I'm not exploiting my profit down here. Next rotation is oh my gosh, the next rotation, the NASDAQ is 539, and the next rotation, the SPOOs are 58. So, I see myself as that person. So you come to me, with your burdens, and I'll help you carry them. And, when things get heavy for me, and they'll get heavy again for me, whether it's health issues or worries about my family or my kids, whatever it is, when things get heavy for me, I would hope that you guys are going to be my Simon of Cyrene, that you're going to help me carry my crosses. You're going to make my burdens lighter. I am my brother's keeper. And I hope that you all realize that about each other. Because if you're not, then what are you doing? You're just out here to make money so you can buy supercars. Well, you will not keep it. You might make them kind of money to do it, but you will not keep it. And Anthony and I were talking about this earlier. I've known far too many, and I mean, I can't even count them, people that were worth 5, 10, 15, $20 million that are broke. It's because they were looking for the supercar. They weren't looking to build a solid foundation in their life. And I know what everybody says. Oh, yeah, I got one. Yeah, okay. Until you don't. you know, because this business is going to change. Your life is going to change. People are going to get sick and they're going to die. And what are you going to do then? What are you going to do? You know, so I want, but I want to be your Simon. I want you to be my Simon, and I want to be my keeper, and I want to be your keeper. I want to be able to look out for my brothers and sisters. That's why on Twitter, when I say, you know, oftentimes you'll see me say my brothers and sisters when I refer to people, you know, or when somebody thanks me for something or gives me something moving, I always say, thank you, brother. Thank you, sister, because that's truly the way that I look at people. Anthony laughs at me about, you know, like the way I go through life. Like a happy Larry David. I'm always talking to everybody. I make friends wherever I go, and
Yep.
you know, but I sing to myself. My wife and I were in the sauna at our club yesterday, and there was a guy listening to music and kind of dancing. She said, "Oh, look at that guy. He's like you, dancing. Don't care that anybody's looking." Yeah, well, you know, what do I care? You know, that guy's gonna think I'm a weirdo because I'm dancing. Ooh, so what? I'd rather go dancing through life than to sit there worrying about what everybody thinks of me.
Yep. Same, man. Well, I know I'd speak for a ton of us where like, yeah, I'm so grateful to know you. And yeah, those relationships are important to me too. You know, XY is there for me all the time. Same with Leo. You know, it is like a brotherhood. This is, you know, it's a complicated game. It's hard. And, you know, there's a lot of emotions that come up and, you know, and things happen in your life that make it even more difficult. Yeah, but my dudes have been there for me. And yeah, if you ever need anything from me, you know.
Yes, I do know.
Yep.
I do know. And I also, you know, I also wanted to say something too. What you experienced the other day was was not tilt. I've tilted, and that's not tilt.
Yeah. Word. Yeah, after going back through, you know, I feel better about that review process. And I even got like I had some good epiphanies from that that I think is going to make my trading better in the long term also. So, just like anything, you know, I'm glad that it happened just so I could learn from it. There's a learning experience everywhere you turn in this game. So, I'm grateful for it. Got to be grateful for it.
For real. So J. Lapio says existentialism and trading a pack story. And what you're talking about, Stowe, is, I mean, trading is 100% existential.
Yep.
Who am I and where am I going? And this business, who am I and where am I going, is the existential question, right? And this business will bring you to your knees. I don't care how wealthy you are, how rich you are, you're going to have a bad day. And what are you going to do then? You're going to have a tough go. What are you going to do then? Are you going to give in? You're going to fall. You're going to hurt yourself. Are you going to stop it, interrupt it, and go do something else? The ability to miss moves and to not care is something that's very important. The ability to be able to spend a little bit of money or a lot of money and be able to be okay and move on to the next trade. I mean, I overspent today, but I stopped and I went on to the next trade and I caught it. You know, that's the whole point of this whole business.
Yes, sir.
Semper Maximus. Am I the only one long? I long from where?
Got to be from last week or something.
Yeah, man.
Right.
I mean, we're at yesterday's open right now.
Yes.
So this is, I mean, just like last Friday, a big gap is a tricky day for me. So, you know, I'm going to take those shots where I see them from, I mean, a big gap up. I'm going to have some spots on the way down. I tend to take expenses on these days, and that's just, you know, part of the game. That first spot was 64.80. I wanted to take some shots at that. You know, there was a bid that was trying here, but this offer is just way too heavy today. So it could bounce anywhere down here now, but I got to see. I have to see a rotation. I have to see some context shift in order to get into this thing now.
Hey, Semper, where are you wrong on this? 64.80. You're long 64.80. Where are you wrong? The flash crash, Jimmy Wood, the flash crash of 2010. I was in the hog pit. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God I wasn't trading the NASDAQ or S&P then, but I was in the hogs.
Did you move from NQ to the hog pit, or did you do?
No.
What was your transition there?
I left the hog. I left the NASDAQ, and I mean, I left over a period of time, like, 05, 06, I was still going in, but not really much. And then I started a prop group, and then not like the funding companies, an actual prop group. And then 08 and 09, it failed with the Great Recession, and my mother died, my sister died, my mother-in-law died. And then I traded for and I was done trading. And then I traded for Stoudemire for a little bit. And I was like, no, you know what? I'm going to go into the hog pit. I was going to go into the cattle. Maybe I'll go in the hogs. Those were the last markets to go electronic. So, I mean, between like 06 and, 2009 ish, I hadn't gone into the NASDAQ pit except to just say hi to people. And I would trade on the screens a little bit and trying to make like a seamless transition. And it wasn't it was anything but seamless. So, but the hogs were great too. I learned how to spread. I learned how to spread in the hogs. I learned how to, maybe next week I'll trade the mini micro spread and show you how to do that. I learned how to trade I learned how to trade spreads in the hogs, and the richest traders I know are spreaders, bar none.
Yeah, we talked about that when in Chicago a little bit, and I had, I don't have a single clue how to approach that. So that would be awesome, and I'm sure I'm not alone. A lot of us grow up with this is just unidirectional. That's what we're trying to do as traders. So that would be awesome if you could show that. I would love to see it.
Yeah, it's actually a very, very good tool, especially for underfunded traders to trade. Did Semper answer where he's wrong?
I don't know. I
hope
haven't
it's from
looked
long
at the chat. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it can bounce anywhere now. It seems it's catching a bid at this previous open spot, but I mean, all bids that have tried to catch have just been hammered. So it looks like that's also
They've
happening.
caught a lot of bid, but the bid has never once been rewarded.
No, not at all.
No. Yesterday's opening range is 64 to 60. So 64 right here, 64 to 64.
Yep.
So we are now below yesterday's opening range. There's nothing bullish about this.
Nope.
And the next rotation is 58 quarter. All right. It's got a nice little number on, not a package, but a nice little number. Traders in my group know what that is. 68Q. Mama Naya, let's go.
This is kind of 565 is.
As soon as we get down to this rotation, I'm going to skedaddle in a little bit. But
dude, I mean, how many rotations does this thing do?
I don't know. Look at
what's the most you've ever seen it?
December 18th last year, we had 45. We broke 245 points during the Fed press conference. We went
right. Yep.
61 quarter to 59.09. Now, obviously we've had a lot more than that. We've had much bigger ranges than that, but that was a huge trading day.
Yeah.
It happened in an hour, so we had 45 chances to be able to take profit, sell more, take profit, sell more. That was my best trading day of the year last year in 2024. So I don't know. I mean, I've traded triple limit down days in the NASDAQ pit where we were, at the third limit before. So I've seen some massive rallies and massive breaks in single days.
Yeah. I thought we were going to see that limit. I've never seen a limit. I thought we were going to get one. What was it? March?
Yeah.
But
close.
Yeah, that was the day I
had
learned
so
about
many
that.
days where it was super close.
That trigger rule.
Yeah. What does anybody know what the biggest one-day rally in NASDAQ history was? Do you guys know?
No. Nope.
We rallied 26% in like 5 minutes. January 3rd, 2001, the very first trading day of the year. Nobody was in the pit, no liquidity. I was short 28 big NASDAQ. That's $28,000 every 10 points. I lost $1.5 million that day of my own money. Money in 3 years previous to that, I didn't even dream of having. Never
Yeah.
$1.5 million to lose.
Yep.
Greenspan cut interest rates by 50 basis points on the first trading day of the year to try to get the biggest jolt out of the market in order to help the market to recover from the tech bubble bursting.
Okay.
The market has never even come close. What was that big rally we had in March was, like 10% or 12%. The indices have never even come close to equaling that. I had to go home and I told my ex-wife, I said, I got good news and bad news. What do you want first? Give me the good news. Our stock portfolio's up. Give me the bad news. We got to liquidate it. I got to put it in my trading account. I lost. How much did you lose? $1.5 million. Oh my God, what are we going to do? Go to work. I'm going to go to work.
Yep.
And it was very important to me. The end part of that story is it was incredibly important to me that I was debit $650,000 that the next day. And it was going to take me a couple of days to cover that. You had to move money and do all of that, but my firm knew who I was. My firm knew, what my net worth was at the time, and they went to bat with me with the bankers in New York who backed the firm. So I was able to trade the next day. The only caveat, because it was important to me that everybody was talking about how I lost 10 million, 20 million, I was out of business. So it was very important to me that the other traders in the pit didn't smell blood in the water.
Right.
So it was very important to me that I was there the next day. So I went in there and everybody was talking about me. Holy shit, he's here. And my deal with them was, with my firm is that if I lost more than 5,000, I had to walk out of the pit. I ended up making 150,000 that day, another couple 100,000 the day after. So when I cleared up my debit, later on in the week, it was half of what it originally was. So I ended up. By the way, so that was the first trading day of the year. It was Monday or Tuesday, January 3rd. I had started off the year down 1.5 million. I ended up having the best year of my career. You still haven't equaled it. Although if we get all kinds of volatility, maybe no, I'll never equal that. That was huge. It was huge. It was a huge year. And I started off the year down 1.5 million.
I remember you told me that story, and it made me think about so much of that trading world stuff was you're playing the guy, not necessarily just the market. So, whether you also like you said, with the edge of knowing what broker was doing what, all of those things too, those inter-trader relationships were also really important. And you kind of had clans of people that traded, ran together and stuff. So interesting, man.
Hey, I want to make this point to Semper Maximus. Semper Maximus, something might work 990 times out of 1,000, counting how many 5-minute red candles you have. And, there's 12 of them and the market can't let that go. Well, I can tell you that the last 10 times that something doesn't work is when people blow up. So just because there's 12 5-minute red candles does not mean that we can't have 120 5-minute red candles. In the meantime, the market can remain irrational. I made this point to the trader yesterday on Twitter. The market can remain irrational longer than you or I can remain solvent. Geez, now I hope that guy didn't blow out of his position. But I mean, even if he did, that would have been the right thing to do. Can somebody tell me where I can read about that 5 million to 150,000 no story that picks? Go to my Twitter feed.
Yep, you should all be doing that anyways. Pax is a very good follow. And I can say from personal experience that, Pax is like this in real life too. So that was my favorite. Yep. What you see is what you get. That's why Pax is the best. And yeah, I really am grateful to know you, dude, for sure.
Shit, Stowe, I told myself I wasn't going to cry again like I did last week, but thank you.
Well, XY told me he would give me $20 if I got you to cry twice. So, I mean, I'm working on a side bet right now, Pax.
Well,
I'll slip you 10.
Give me 10. I'll start balling. XY, you doing anything?
No, I wanted to find a bid in the 560, 550s, but they just ran without me instantly. So I'm hands off.
Hey, if I would have sold those 73s, I would have taken profit before we got to that next rotation, at 60 or something. But at this point, I'm down to my runner. you know, the last 25% of my unit. So I didn't take any, I kind of regret that I didn't take profit there, but you know, how do I know it's going to stop there? You know, but pay attention to 64 in the S&P, 64 to 68 quarter. This is yesterday's opening range. So we are right back to yesterday's opening range. The NASDAQ, yesterday's opening range is still, you know, below us, 487 to 457. So 457 to 487. So the S&P is in it. The S&P is weaker a little bit, at least in the last, you know, today or tomorrow. Although the S&P did make a new all-time high, it failed. So the S&P is kind of leading lower at this point. That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's not bullish.
Lower low on NQ here too. Yeah. It was not a real, man, I tried to reoffer 76 there. I scratched out of it. That was possibly a mistake.
Now looking at it, you know, I got long. I scratched 40s a couple times, took a couple expenses at the top of the opening range. Now looking at it, I feel like a complete moron. I mean, we're down 80 points from the opening range.
Yep. They didn't make it easy. I mean, same with yesterday too. Yesterday was a mess in both directions before it picked one.
Look at the NASDAQ. You got to leave something on. Grover, you got to leave. Wait, is it Grover that said that? No, Ty Love. Ty Love, you got to leave something on. You know, leave something on for like a runner, even if it's a micro, you know, or 1 mini. Just leave something on. That's another very important concept. Is I don't mind scratching out my runners because they give me hugely profitable trades that I can add at. And I'm speaking of adding. I got to get ready to sell them underneath 58.
Let's see what this does at the turn here.
I took some profit at 59. I will sell more underneath 58 quarter because we are now at that fourth rotation, or is that the fifth rotation? I don't know. We're lower, a lot lower. 1, 2, 3. We're at the fifth rotation. Man, alive, oh. In Dublin's fair city, in Chicago's fair city, where the girls are so pretty, I first set my eyes on sweet Jenny Petrus. She wheeled a barrel through streets broad and narrow. Oh man! All right, well, live a little more. Took profit, didn't add. Good trade, good day. Rough beginning, rough start. Not easy, but once it decided to make up its mind, there it went.
Yep. I think it's going to help so many people to see your execution in this idea and the way that you trade this. It's going to be awesome.
As long as you don't ever over execute like I did off the open, you know, then just as long as you don't over trade, the opening range will always give you, you know, it'll always keep you on the right side of the market. And so will the 15 handle or 65 handle rotations, depending on what market you're trading. It'll always keep you on the right side of the move. You will never be on the wrong side of the move. You will never buy. What's the expression? Catching falling knives or standing in front of running freight trains. It'll keep you from standing in front of a running freight train. Can I explain briefly what rotation means? So, the HFT, the black boxes, the dark pools, you know, the algorithms, the HFTs and their thousands and thousands of algorithms rotate 15 handles at a crack. Semper Maximus, are you out of this yet? Okay. $400 loss on it, you know, 80s to 60s. Anyway, I don't trade on charts, Paul, and I've never made a trading decision based off a chart in my life. I've never made a trading decision based off a chart in my life. Yeah, I mean, ever. Like, you know, I'm not looking at a 1 minute or a 5 minute and trying to decide what I'm going to do. I already know that I'm going to be short from the opening range and I'm going to take profit at the next target, the next rotation. And then I'm going to sell, I'm going to buy the next rotation and take the next rotation. You see what I mean? All right, it's 10 o'clock. I am going to go join my group, my brothers and sisters.
Do it. Sounds good, brother.
I want to go check on everybody, and I can hear my dog scratching at the window trying to get in.
Thanks for hanging out, Pax.
Yeah, Pax.
I think Fridays are my favorite streams now, even though it's the earliest.
That's so funny. Oh, I didn't add again. No, all right, whatever. I have 4 left. So listen, have a great weekend, everybody. And I say this when I sign off with the Traders My Group is sleep with the angels and the saints, it's so that you're not alone and that there are other people out there with you, so sleep with the angels and the saints, and nobody fights alone.
That's right, man.
That
All
always
right, brother.
that always chokes me up when I say that. Nobody fights alone, and unless you choose to, and I choose not to fight alone. I choose to fight with all of yous. So have a great day, guys. I'll see you next week.
You too, man. Sounds
See you,
good.
Pax.
Thanks, Pax. Give it up for Pax. I love you, buddy. Oh, what a good guy. Is there anything better than trading with Pax XY?
I'm telling you, this
You,
is
me, and Pax. This is the best.
I gotta wake up so early on Fridays now, but I'm pumped,
It brings me great joy to know that you are dragging yourself out of bed at like 5 a.m.
No, that's too early. My alarm's for 5:50.
All right, 5:50. That's not bad. How many
5:50.
times you hitting that snooze?
On Fridays? Never. It's
Never.
PAX day.
It's Pax Day,
Crazy?
baby.
You have to match the energy. Yeah, one thing to note, guys, I think about 75% of the day's range is a single print. So it is a very hyper aggressive
Yeah, this
offer
is gnarly.
market.
Yep.
Don't get in front of that. Where am I? I'm on the West Coast, Robert.
I
Yeah, maybe I need to start trying to trade London. Huh? What's up, Kane? Are you stalking along right now?
yeah, so this is where ES has been nice to me. I have been able to scratch out a lot more on ES than I would have with NQ. And that has been nice. So I have taken a bunch of like break evens down here. I mean, this is we ran previous day low, we're at previous week value area low. Like I'm in this is what I was trying to do yesterday down here. So
I do like
I
this.
am
I
I'm
like this
counter
spot,
trend.
too.
I'm absolutely counter trend on the day. And I have my finger on the Alt F button, just watching the bid either exist or not.
Oh, it exists.
Yeah, it's
Just that there's this giant off.
yeah, no, it's just getting
The bid is certainly there. Like you're seeing
strangled.
them lift.
Yeah.
But it's tough. I'm trying to get a continuation long if they ever even get the opportunity to do that. Yeah, Dan, I had to switch hats. So everybody knows that the Eagles barely skirted by Dak Prescott's MVP performance. That was the best we've seen him play in a while. And the Eagles defense is pretty gutted compared to last year, that's for sure.
All right, 61. All right.
Yeah, Kane, I caught the high. I caught the high offer. I
This
took it for like
tab.
100 points and it fell another like 200. So tragic. Yeah, CD Lamb, that last one was tough. But the one where he got it poked out where they would have had that first and probably would have scored, that was it.
I forgot to watch football yesterday. I feel a little silly about it. I just totally forgot that it existed. And I was trying to watch Skeens versus Otani, but for some reason, like they kept teasing. So I went to that Pirates game on Wednesday to see Otani pitch. And then he didn't pitch. And they moved him to last night. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. They're trying to do Skeens versus Otani. That's fun. I'll watch that. And yeah, then he didn't pitch last night either. So I don't know. I don't know what
Bait
the
and
hell's
switch.
going on. Yeah. Yeah. They got me. They got me good.
Well, the Eagles' best defensive player and one of the best in the league decided, I'm not going to play a single snap today because I want to spit on the other team's quarterback. And he got kicked off. And that's how every Eagles fan was like, are you serious? You can't be serious. And they paid the price, man.
That's
That run game,
crazy.
they couldn't even get in front of the run game. Kane, yeah, I'm happy with the trade, man. But dang, I covered my last like in the 760s or so, and we are trading the almost zero. So I'll see. I don't want to get short coming into this spot, high time frame, prior range. There's a decent chance to hold this for a bid, but I want to see an actual bid hold, which is possible here. They're not making a new low for once.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I'm looking for. I want to see it trade into this volume now in the 570s, and we'll see. But as long as they're building in this low node here, it's still pretty dicey. The Cowboys snatching defeat from the jaws of victory once again. That
That's funny.
was a hell of a season opener, so that was cool. So finally, we're seeing a bid that's looking to try to step up, but the offer is still sitting on price. Could be another unrewarded bid. Still in the low node. If they can't pop it above 560s, man, this is not good. It is looking for liquidity 5 points below. Is that where Nick's stop is? Nick, we
64.50.
need the indicator, man. Where's our entry?
I mean, it's possible. Holding that previous day low so far. Go down to 1.
Man, fail. If they actually fail to bid this node, we're right back in this old range,
Yep.
and dude, that's pretty nasty.
Not great. Whoa.
Yeah, they could not reject this old range. Pretty nasty. Weekly opens just below it. Look at the day is a gigantic single print.
Yeah. It's impressive.
Zolina, have a great weekend, man. Thanks for hopping on.
Alfonso's here. What's up? Yeah. ES now is fighting with its previous day low. 56.50.
You know what I'm kind of scared of?
What?
If they can't keep pushing this lower, and I mean the move down was so aggressive that I don't know if they can really
They're
take this back
chasing
through.
it
And
up
if they
now.
don't, dude, they're gonna lock us in this range.
Well, luckily we don't have to trade the close today. So
Oh, you're right.
yeah, so good for us that we don't have to suffer through this afternoon if they decide to make a 10-point range down here now after a big move. That's just selfish for us. But we don't like when that happens, and we have to come up with bits like Business Duck to get us through.
What's he think today?
Oh,
Does he have
Business
a
Duck.
bias?
Business Duck is just selling them all. So we rejected that. Let's see, 57. 89.
I just want them above the 560s.
Yeah.
Then we can try to do something. ES's profile is so strange today, right now.
I agree.
It gives me hope. It gives me hope for some upside. But I'd like to see a bit of proof.
They got to get, yeah, here we go. It's right here. If they're going to get it. Let's see if this seller's still standing here.
Leave the last range and we'll try to cook with this thing.
Oof.
I like it. I do like it.
There's some liquidity above now on ES2. That's new. The tape looks a little different. But again, like you said, I got to, like 565 is kind of the spot. I'm not super stoked on how fast this is happening.
I am.
Okay. Okay, cool. I
You
just
keep that to yourself.
I know. I just mean for the day. All right, here's our spot. Here's the +1. Can we get out of it? Can we get past the 64, 68 guy?
I'm only in 3 lots right now. I'm trying
They
to
just lifted
give room to add if they pull this back for
bunch.
the retest.
They're lifting a ton on ES right here at 64, 68. Let's see if we can get through them.
No
They
ads
did.
for me yet. So right now I'm only willing to add on an actual attempt to offer this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And we have not seen that, so I'm sitting in 3. I mean, I wouldn't be upset if they just ran these 3 to the IB low right now, which it looks like it's possible.
Yeah, this isn't
I'm gonna
quite a
cover
single
1.
print just yet.
I'm covering 1 9 EMA squiggly line. Until we actually get some failed downsides, we've just got our first. Until they start doing that on a more consistent basis, I'm not going to
Yeah.
try to hold everything through the 9 EMA right now. So I'm down to 2. I do expect a pullback of some sort to add into, but if not, hey, who's complaining? Upside, there's just a lot of MGI they can revisit, but this is still a down market, so don't want to get too ahead of my skis here.
Yeah.
Someone said they were looking for the XY Stowe confluence. Well, you've got it.
Yeah, so was I. I was trying to get XY to be long like 9,000 years ago.
Yeah, Kane. So he says, do you just downsize here with large stops because of speed? Yeah, I just got in 3 here because my risk was I had to extend that thing in case it comes back, and I'll add back into that for a hold. But they decided we don't want to look back just yet. So
And Q kind of struggling here.
in
We'll see
case
what
you
he
guys
gets.
didn't know, chat, Fridays are special days. We've got packs, right? And it's Sack Touch Fridays. You know what I mean? We're touching. Stowe's touching. I'm touching.
I'm trying to. I've really enjoyed the benefit of ES today for scratching out of these. I would be a lot more red if it was not for ES being able to keep it pretty tight.
Miss Shack 11. Yeah, I know it's a joke. You never use people as indicators, but there's one guy you should. His name is Nick. You'll catch him on stream sometimes. When he gets stopped out, you gotta put the position on. Trust me.
You got to.
All of chat's waiting for it. Nick says, I think I should run away. Very good day after red. Dude, Nick is so back, man. This guy had one red day, and he's been insanely back ever since.
It's true. See, 507, 506.
If they put in a good hold around this low volume area, I'll put some more on. If not, I'll die with it. Stowe, who pissed off the market? This offers is
Who knows,
upset.
man? That number. Yeah, we're just back testing this 565 spot now on NQ.
All right. I got two more on that. So we're up back to 4 here. See what we can get with it. Now I will look to start to scale some.
NQ needs above 590. Just doing some wiggly stuff.
Is this doing the wiggle, the good wiggle or the bad wiggle?
I don't know. It's not very good for me. I'll tell you that much.
If they can hold this, dude, there's no lid for the rest of the day.
Yep.
And if they don't,
I don't think they're gonna.
you don't think that? I think they could.
Okay.
I think they could.
There's a
There's
lot
an
of
angry
absorption up
offer,
here in
but
these.
it's not getting where it wants to go.
I mean, I'm long, but I hate it.
I like it.
So shit, it might work.
Yeah, we're making money now, Stowe. We're all right. We're all right.
All right.
I'm covering one.
I need to get past this 590.
Covering one. I'm putting my risk back to even. Got finger on the trigger for another cover here. Sitting on 3. I'm covering another. Down to 2 again. See if we can get the IB and try to make our way to VWAP or something.
Yeah.
But we're touching, Stowe. What are we touching, chat? Can't say it too much.
Say it out loud, chat.
I can't say
It's
it too much.
Friday.
Shab will actually kill me.
I promised Shab that
Thanks, Brent.
Swords? No.
There you go. Sacks in the chat.
Sacks in the chat for everybody. Business Duck says, what's up?
Business Duck has been busy offering this market. So if you've got any problems with that, take it up with him.
If Business Duck is a bear, I'm putting this duck in the closet. I'll tell you what. I don't need a rubber duck inversing me every day, you know?
That's the worst.
It's the worst.
It's the worst.
I got enough trolls, XY.
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't need
You know what?
This duck to
You
be my
don't get too many trolls in chat on stream. We're just not popular enough yet.
That's possible.
Stowe.
Yes.
What
Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it.
We're getting the IB low. I don't care what Stowe says.
That sounds good. That's where my first target is. All right,
Pump
chat.
to troll us when we
Nobody
get
look.
it first.
Ah, Lord, that was a lot at 65, 75 there. You gonna keep pushing? Yes. Yes, it is.
Come on, do the PAX thing. Start saying some wild shit to the market.
Madonna, Marode. Daddy needs a new Ponto jogger. Dude, I'm head to toe Ponto right now. I've never been more comfortable in my entire life.
Go need some new balances for the lawn work outside, that yard work.
That's true. What am I doing? No, I don't have New Balance. What are my shoes? I think I have like Saucony's
What are
or
my
something.
shoes? Did you just say that?
Yeah, I forget what my
That's how you
running shoe
know Stowe
is.
doesn't wear shoes. He
Yeah,
probably
I
just wears
don't, man.
sandals.
I have. This is silly, but since I was in first grade, I have worn the exact same pair of shoes, and they are low top Converse, and I swap out the shoelaces for black shoelaces. That is the shoe I have worn for at least 34 years.
So now you guys know Stowe
Now you
has
know.
been a man of consistency since first grade.
I'm just I'm just a guy with OCD, but you can
Stuck to
frame it
his
however you want.
process. Stuck to his process. Same one setup for life.
You can call it process, you can call it mental illness if you want. There are lots of ways to frame it.
Well, if the outcome is income, who cares? Small feet. And then all right, they're taking too long still. I gotta cover one. I'm
I
just gonna
know.
sit on one. So they want to know if your feet have grown since first grade.
Nope, same size. Same size. It's very awkward to walk around. It's very hard. It's very hard because I'm super tall, but yeah, same size feet. So it's like sorry, I'm
Dude,
having a hard time following the bit right now.
Stowe's
Just
been a
seeing it.
different guy since he bought the sweats. I'm telling you, man.
Dude,
Omni,
yeah,
you gotta
I
know.
have been
He speaks differently too.
I was trying to explain. I was explaining that to everybody the other day that I've been radicalized by comfortable sweatpants.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth it. I mean, Pax knows. We're all Viore folks. I think that Deli's going to try to hook up that sponsorship for us. He said he was going
No
to email.
way.
No, that would be cool though.
Trading is going global.
I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to manifest it. That was my stop already down here. All right. Got to tighten this
Omni,
up.
I do every single day. You know what I did? So there was a sale. It's like a friends and family warehouse, whatever thing they did. And they limit everything. They limit everyone to 10 items. But because I wanted more stuff, anyone I knew there, like some of my friends went, if they didn't fill their 10, I'm filling it in. So, like one guy had like six
Yeah,
items.
dude.
I was like, all right,
You got
four
the
of these
hookup,
poncho
man.
shorts with you. Yeah, so I pretty much, I think like 16 items for me. I think it was like 12 for my wife.
That's incredible, dude. Yeah, the trick,
Going past the
Matt
margin.
says he can't afford Fiore yet. Listen, nobody's cheaper than me in this world. I promise you that. So what you have to do is figure out the thing that you want, and then you just have to be comfortable buying a color of that thing that no one wants. And as long as you're cool with that, and as we've all seen, let's just look at it real fast. As we've all seen, I don't really have a good sense of what colors are great and what colors are bad. So I'm comfortable with the ones they have to put on sale because no one wants them. Is this a bid? This is this? Are we doing it?
Yeah, I mean, they've held twice.
Okay.
They've held twice, so market's just gonna keep going up until it finds another offer that's willing to initiate again.
Yep.
So I hope that's next week. And for
Monthly
the rest
open
of the
is
day,
right
we only
here
go up.
on ES. It's also the IB. So let's see if we can get through this. It's a lot to retrace. If we can get it. Come on. This is the test right here.
IB low. Every time you show the chart, the dogs in my neighborhood start barking.
That's funny. Sorry. Apologies. All right, let's try to look up here. Where the hell is VWAP even at? Oh my gosh. VWAP is still 14 points away. Cool.
Yeah, I'm looking for
Okay.
like 720, 718-ish area for my own final take profit.
Previous day high. Okay. XY, did any of that stuff, chat, you can help me out here too. Did any of those questions I was asking Pax make any sense? Because I tried to figure out how to word those yesterday, and I can't
I'd
quite
say
express
so.
what I'm trying to ask. Okay. I've been so interested in that idea because I think it finally started to click for me, the differences, but the similarities, because I've never been able to figure that out. So, all right, here's the London close. Still going. Okay, cool. All right, thanks. That's good. That's good. Man, I executed this like XY from this low. I had one on and then I put 4 on 64, 66. XY has been inspiring me with sizing up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That plus ES has made it. I can't do it on NQ yet. I'm not there. But ES made it a little easier on me today.
The idea's working and it's still working. Well, sometimes it's just another opportunity, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm happy with this long for sure so far. I mean, we're 60 points in.
All right. Test IB.
I think.
Yeah. Awesome, Jolin. That's great. That's cool. Yeah, it's because I look at that's what it started to click with me. I was like, so there other people are the resting liquidity then? And then they're crossing the spread, but then that makes sense that they're like the broker and locals relationship. So that makes sense to me. I'm gonna bug him about it. Don't worry. I'll get to the bottom of it.
What's up, Kane? Kane, you long?
Hey, Kane. Morning, brother.
Well, Euro just closed.
Yeah.
It's so strange to have said this like 2 hours after I've been awake. 3 hours almost. This is usually within like the first 20 minutes of my trading or something. 30 minutes, maybe an hour.
What are you gonna do with your whole day today? You have like
Whatever I want, dude.
that's cool. That's
It's
cool.
crazy. It's actually
Your
crazy.
Friday is like, yeah. I'm not.
Thanks, Kane. Oh, wait, that wasn't even Kane. That was Trader Order Flow. Thanks for being on here with us. We do our best. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. This IB, though,
I know.
they found quite some 2A tape here.
Point of control on ES is right here too.
Should I trail this? I'll let this play. I do think a revisit into these 720s is possible, so I'll hold this one for it. Above IB would be really nice. Above IB low, back in through. Super nice.
I try not to sweat the IB too much because it's always a jerk to me. So I don't. There we go.
This is actually a really big outcome because
Yeah.
there was some selling that stepped in. If they can blow through the selling, we have our answer. The
Yeah.
market is no longer more so weighted on the sell side. It has definitely flipped buy side, so it changes everything. All depending on this IB low spot right here, because there is a passive seller now. The market lives through it. It's giving us very clear information that there's more sell interest in these ranges. I mean, more buy interest in these ranges. So that's going to be the if right now.
Yeah, I took another one off at 82. We got at 64.82. Just trying to work this.
I only have one, so we're sitting on it.
I'm trying to see. I mean, logical pullback spots. I'm also trying to do that when I'm legging out and working on an idea. Like, is this low of day? So this is not a base hit idea for me. Um, this is more of a. This is low of day. How do I pyramid into this thing? If this is gonna do a V reverse for news.
Right.
So logical pullback areas, and then once we extend, this is when I'll actually shoot. Let me try to put it on. This is when I'll actually get to free anchor VWAP. Okay. I forgot I didn't have this on. All right. I'll show something.
We're getting really good continuation action.
Yep. Nice.
5 minutes. Yeah. So for the first time, they've actually trapped quite a bit of selling on a pullback. We haven't seen that all day. So what tick size do you trade? I don't compress ticks. So this is I think this is a good example now that we're here. This is why I mark my zones the way I do. I don't mark them to the wicks. I don't delete them when they get invalidated because they can still remain key reference levels. So something like this, right? This was an offer and they pierced through, but I left it because if they fail it and they go back into it and downwards, we can take that trade. Same thing with here. This zone here where I expected it to hold, they ripped through it, but they found themselves back into it, held again, high or low, left volume behind right here, and now we can get that move. So it was all a matter of waiting for them to set this scenario up, or the market keeps climbing lower and we do nothing. But in the moments that this does occur, you can make money off of it. This is a really good reversal because of where it was, right? This is a prior range that the market left. This is the first time coming back to it on a really, really aggressive move down that could see retracement. And once you see the shift in the order flow, right, the first sign is this node. They shouldn't be losing any nodes working their way down, but they finally did. Got some money out of it and looked to re-add it on the retest, right? They retested it, and once they hold that retest, that's the first big indication. This range sees more buy interest and sell interest. We have not seen that all day, right? So as it keeps going, now you're seeing the pullbacks relay the same information. First major area, IB. Two-way tape. Bid willing to step up and the offer that's still sitting there. We don't know what's going to happen, right? No one knows it's going down, it's going up. It's about being reactive. Now we know that there's a trap setting up downsides. They're absorbing a lot and it rips, right? And now that it's ripping, the information stays true. if they're still ripping through key passive selling that drove the market for the rest of the day, this is the train in the other direction. So
This is something. So here, I'll show this. This is like some advanced VWAP nonsense for anybody that would like to check it out. So I don't put this on our execution screen for NinjaTrader Live because it is a ton of lines. I put this off to the side, but I'll show you in this instance. So when you're playing for the low of day, which is something that I'll do on a big gap up reversal that catches a bid at a spot where I, was trying to be long yesterday or from a previous point of interest, which is like, ES ran its previous day low at 56. We've pretty much bounced straight off of it. So I'll anchor a VWAP at the bottom, but I will use standard deviation bands here as well to gauge the strength of that move. And for these tiny micro rotation VWAP anchors, I use 0.5 and 1, and then the VWAP itself, right? So two things are happening in here when I'm executing this. We are counter trend because we are still in, the -1 for the day. So I get in here, put this on, and if this is going to start to hold, it's going to hold the 0.5 if it's going to be a true reversal. So when it got here, this is why I started with 1 down here once we retested the previous day low, playing for low a day. Once we popped above the +1 and came back, pulled back to this spot here, there's confluence here because it's a 0.5 hold and a -1 hold too. So I'm using multiple standard deviation VWAP levels just to get an idea of, is this trend reversing on a micro scale, What was the other thing? There was something in the chat too. Oh, Omni said the Russell was strong. He's like, he must have missed Deli talking about how he's the biggest Russell pull of all time earlier. So, oh, sorry, they got me on half the screen. Sorry, my bad. So I was trying to show you a bunch of things. Sorry. Yeah, so this is it. They got me on full screen now. So I put this anchor VWAP here, and this is what I'm looking to hold now. So it's like, trend within a trend. So I have the full day trend in my mind, which is we've now held this. This slope is flattening out. So the day is becoming more neutral. Now our next target is this RTH VWAP here at 64.93. But I'm also watching this for ads or to see if this starts to fade. Then I'll get out of the position, because this is a counter trend trade. So I'm trying to ride this micro trend within a day type that is, not supportive of this at the moment. Oh yeah. It's just in here. I can show you that real fast too. So this is an OFL free indicator. And if you look here, you can say number of standard deviation bands, and then you just change the calculation to 0.5 for the first standard band and to 1 for the second standard band. So that way you get 0.5 band and a 1 band to look at. I also think I stole this idea from my friend Dutch. So Dutch, if you're in
after
this
all
chat,
of that, after everything. Also, by the way, guys, you should know I stole this.
I'm pretty sure I've stolen everything.
I mean, look, the trading has been around for so long. Everything is stolen at this point.
Yeah.
What is original anymore? The only thing that's original is fancy names that they attach to things.
No, Ty, yes. Anchored VWAPs have been around for a while. Correct. But Dutch is the one who showed me the 0.5. I mean, he showed everybody. It's just if you want to pay attention to what people post on Twitter and try it for yourself. Yeah, he's the one that got me to switch to 0.5 for these micro rotations to try to identify the trend within the trend. Anthony, you're going to make me, Deli, you're going to make me get a Russell chart going. which is, I
All right,
can't believe
Stowe,
it.
I'm bowing out of this at 100 points.
Okay.
That's good enough for me.
It's pretty good. It's pretty.
100 points down and 100 points up.
Dude, that's
The only thing
insane.
was the down move was like 400 points.
Oh, see, hey, what's up, Dutch? Yeah. So Dutch also gleaned that from someone else. So that's all we're doing.
All right, I'm flat. I'm taking that.
Nice trade, homie.
Thanks, chat.
Is that guy still on from
Was
6480?
wearing an RTY hat? Yeah, let me go get an art. Let me go lids, get a customized hat for Deli. RTY. Grover XY still somehow salty. Man, yeah, I am. I'm kind of salty about that because dude, if I had trailed it normally, right, instead of aggressively trailing because it was approaching my target, I would have just been
Yeah,
sitting in that thing. I would have just been sitting in it. It was, I mean, almost the whole day was a single print. That thing was running. There was not a
yeah,
bid
that
that
was
can
insane.
sustain a 10, 15 point bounce.
It was so choppy to open.
The open was crazy, yeah. If I honestly, if it weren't for this little red zone here, I would have just been flat all open until they broke a range. But this is what it is, guys. It's the biggest volume reference since the entire move down. This is our first time back. I'm definitely gonna look for an offer. And that's the high of day. It's just in that zone, so
And Q at its previous day close now. It kind of found a seller there. Let's see.
see you later, Kane.
Later,
Have a good
Kane.
weekend, man.
Night, homie.
Sure we'll be talking.
Deli, if you can get the new school to throw boomer bands on a Russell chart, that's the win, dude. That is the
You keep saying boomer bands like throughout the years, like the word Bollinger will be phased out entirely. And then like 20 years from now, Willow's gonna be like, Dad, is it true? True that these bands used to be called Bollingers?
Yes.
And then you say
Yes, they
no,
were.
they never were. That never existed.
All right, back to the IB here on both.
Drip cam. The Bolognese bands. Yeah. The most best tasting indicators.
Yes, said it's month open right here.
Yeah, we have missed a lot in chat on this, just looking at this move up, staring intently at our charts.
Yeah, I can't watch the chat on days like this, man. Doesn't
Yeah, they're giving us a lot to
doesn't
work
work.
with,
Does
guys.
not
So
work for me.
apologies if we can't get to everything, but it's good content for everyone at the very least.
I mean, these turkeys have all week to talk to me about stuff.
Honestly, yeah, it's a departure from the 20-point ranges they seem to lock us in all the time.
Right.
Do I play 2K26? No. The last 2K game I played was 2K5, believe it or not, NBA 2K5.
All right, they're losing me here.
I was spamming the Raptors. Vince Carter is my favorite NBA player of all time, so
Put two more on here at 78.
You put some more on here?
I did.
Yeah, I mean, this is the spot. I below resistance to support. Take you there.
We'll see. Ugh. Ugh.
My mental capital is just more spent than I'm used to, so I am done. I mean, usually I'd just be done off of that one trade that's short. My charts are off, but here to hang out, see something, we take it. They finally reversed this market to some degree.
Definitely accelerate. Seller pushing this down from previous day mid.
Tecmo Bowl. I don't even know what that is.
You don't know what
Kelly,
Tecmo Bowl is?
what? No.
Dude, that's OG. That's the Super Nintendo football game. There's two
What?
yeah, there's two cheat dude. You know what Tecmo is. Tecmo Super Bowl? You never played
Super
Nintendo's
Nintendo's
football?
football game.
Yeah, so there are two cheat codes in that game. One was if you were the Raiders, Hail Mary pass to Tim Brown. That one works every time. And then the other one was pretty much any run with Barry Sanders if you were the Lions. That also worked every time. So it was a very basic game. I'm surprised you hadn't played that. That must have missed you by like
You know what? You know, I realized I
inches.
think I haven't started playing sports games until they came out with a PlayStation 1 and then
Okay.
the
Okay.
N64. So my first ever sports games were then this is why I'm an Eagles fan. It was NFL Blitz. And I
Yep.
was like, I don't know anything. I don't know these teams. I'm like just a little kid. I'm like, this Kelly Green is fire though. I'm choosing this team. And that was the start of it all. And then for basketball, it was NBA Shootout, where at the time, you know, all the kids, we want to choose Michael Jordan, but he wouldn't license
Right,
himself
right.
to the
Yeah.
games. So you'd have to go into the create a player and just boost the stats all the way up because that's how good Michael Jordan was. And it's like player 99, you know, they just say player 99.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but yeah, with Super Nintendo, I mean, the games I was playing were way different. What were they even called? One was like there was F-Zero, there was that one Metroid Prime looking game. I forget what that was called. N64 I mean Super Nintendo definitely had bangers. And then, you know, you get into we had the Game Boys that came out. We're
Yep.
playing Pokemon, we're playing all kinds of stuff. But yeah, it was shootout first. So before even 2K was big, we had NBA Live. NBA Live ran the scene. It was NBA Shootout, then NBA Live, then 2K. I think 2K1 came onto the scene. They did okay. They couldn't beat them, but by 2K3 or 4, or maybe even 2K5, it overtook NBA Live completely. Yeah, I think Delhi is like in my screen or something. How do you know? He says XY round trip the market and is searching Tecmo Bowl now. How does he have access to my screen?
Yep. That's what you do. That's what you do when you round trip the market. Then you can
Well,
Google
still
whatever
ask me
you
what I'm
want.
gonna do for the rest of the day.
Start making jokes. Now
I'm gonna try
he's
to get
gonna.
a
You can
emulator
get
for Tecmo Bowl.
exactly. I was just gonna say you can grab a Tecmo emulator. I advise being the Raiders. That's who I always was. And just
Yeah,
Hail
Super
Mary to Tim
Nintendo.
Brown. Get to the Super Bowl if you want. I mean, I'll book a flight. I'll be there with some Mountain Dew, some
You just
Surge,
Tecmo Bowl it?
Tecmo Bowl all
Get
night.
me up to speed, and then I'll challenge Delhi. And if I win, I'm gonna be the guy that sits there in Chicago. Yeah, Super Nintendo was
55.
my first console because the PlayStation is like my cousin's house. We're going over, we're playing as kids. Then I got Super Nintendo. First game, NBA courtside, baby. And then we had like GoldenEye 007, dude. Super Mario,
See,
Mario
I was a
Kart,
Sega guy, so I didn't have any of
Sega.
these. Yeah, I didn't have these experiences.
So you're playing like Sonic.
Yep, big Sonic guy. Um,
Oh, Crash Bandicoot was legit. I think that was PlayStation.
yeah, PS1.
Crash
Crash
Bandicoot.
Bandicoot was incredible.
Spyro.
I try to get the kid on Crash Bandicoot, and she's not quite old enough yet. Um, but I've got her into a couple Kirby games that are pretty good. Big Kirby fan.
Kirby was cool too. Yeah, man. It's like taking me back right now. We sound old, but we're not that old, right?
No, we're kind of old.
Yeah, when Smash Bros came out, it took the whole gaming world by storm. I was spamming Zelda Chic super cheat code, man.
Okay. I'm really fighting with this right now.
Deli, I can't even pronounce that word right there. We're in the what now? Oh, Twisted Metal. Yeah,
That
dude,
was
they
good.
came
That
out
was a
with a
good PlayStation
show. There's
game.
a Twisted Metal show. I'm
Yep.
like, is that based off the game?
They found the GoldenEye theme for us. Was that the GoldenEye theme?
Dude, that song is top 3 banger of all time. Way beyond its time. Whoever produced that, the gates of heaven are open to them.
21.
Yeah, Deli's got me on that Google.
What
All
time is
right.
it? Got 5 minutes.
I'm looking at these Deli pants here. Deli, do you have a picture of yourself wearing these pants? Please tell us you do. Yeah, Chris, that would be such a sick intro song. Probably licensing issues though. Ah, they've got money. They could buy licensing.
Yeah, we're
That's all
under
good, guys. Go get it
70,
done.
80.
Oh, Contra. Yeah, Contra was another one.
Up, down, left, right, left, right.
Oh
A, B,
man,
A,
there
B,
was so
start.
many. Yeah. I think this they had The Simpsons. I think The Simpsons was on Super Nintendo. Was that PlayStation? I don't remember.
I used to play that in the arcade. So that was probably SNES.
What's that thing called? Dude, I can't believe this is leaving me right now. The kick ass and chew bubble with gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum. That's
Duke Nukem. Thank you.
yeah,
There you go.
dude.
From Austin. I mean, Austin's a little young for Duke Nukem. Now, I wasn't allowed to play Duke Nukem as a kid because that was one of the first games with gratuitous nudity, and by gratuitous, it was like a pixel or two.
Yeah,
That yeah,
very, very egregious.
but yeah, I was not allowed to play that one. Don't, I mean, I still did. Don't worry. I don't want anybody to think I missed out. I just had to go to my friend's house.
Oh, Dilly, I gotta see that, man. All right, we need the NT Live 80s party just so I can see Dilly wearing those pants. Still don't know how to pronounce them.
400. Come on, you turkeys. This is why I hate the IB. It becomes a mess.
You
Very
guys don't
messy
have a good
zone.
relationship, huh?
No, we do not.
I'll talk to them for you still.
Thank
Me
you.
and the
If you
IB,
could.
we talk often.
So the way that I'm watching this now, I mean, we faded back to the anchored view up. So I'm trailing this stop on all these ads below that. Because the idea is we're still looking for the intraday target of RTH VWAP, but you can see the bands as like these bands have anchored from the low. They're flattening out now. They're still okay. Like we're still holding the upper side of this value, but this is a sign that like, you know, this is what keeps me from shooting for the stars on a micro time frame. We have a big range. We have a lot of work we can do up here today, but I have to keep it in context. I have to be realistic here.
Someone asked if I'm looking for offers to stay in lower distribution. I'm not trading anymore. I'm done for the day. I'm done for the week. Um, a 2-hour session is a very extended session for me. So, Simpsons arcade game? Hell yeah, dude. I honestly love, I don't know why. I love that game though. That was super fun.
That was a hard game.
It was. Oh, dude. Then Time Crisis. Time Crisis, the OG
Oh yeah,
arcade
that was
game,
cool.
right? I
I
remember
had
I
that for
was like,
PlayStation with the
when I
gun.
was super little, I was like, what was it called? House of the Dead. I was like, this game's a little too spooky for me.
Yep.
I'm gonna play Time Crisis.
All right, I'm trying to hold this 75. But yeah, stop's in a good spot on these.
What's Leisure Suit Larry?
Oh, dude, that's an old PC game.
No, I've
That
never
was
even heard of that.
that was also like a I don't know if that ever existed for a console, but that was like one of the first like adult entertainment games.
Interesting.
Yeah. You should
Before
go while you're
GTA, huh?
while you're going through your like Google adventure today. Check out Leisure Suit Larry.
I'm just Googling games that Anthony Crudele played. That's my Google prompt.
Yep. So we lost it.
Namir Felix, I
It's okay.
appreciate
That was a good trade.
Yes. My birthday is in 2 weeks, and I'll be 21.
That's gonna be awesome. I'm so stoked you can finally go to a casino. Oh man, when I went in the other day, did not get carded. Very sad. Very sad moment for old Stowe. But you can't be young forever. All right, we got 30 seconds left.
Splug.
What'd you say, Splug?
I can't believe I was in disbelief. I was like, really? He got baited so hard, man. Just what they wanted. Good morning, Splug. Oh, dude, we just got a reminder backstage.
From what?
We have to close out the show.
Oh, I know. They think I'm going to let it go forever. But guys, I'm a consummate professional over here. I've got my eye on the clock.
You'll be on your own if you let it go forever. At some point, my screen is just going to disappear.
Yeah, XY's going back to sleep. I know this. Yeah. All right. Well, let's wrap it up. That was a cool show. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, chat, for hanging out. Thank you, Pax. Thank you, Deli. Yeah. Happy Friday, everybody. Come hang with us next week. It's going to be awesome. Tons of cool stuff going on again. So, yeah. I don't know. You got anything to add, XY?
No.
No?
No.
All right, cool.
Surprisingly not.
Surprisingly not. All right, thanks, folks. Hey, most important message of the day, especially important going into the weekend. Be safe out there. Take care of each other.
Go Birds.
Go Birds.